Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Nine out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican boys, verbal clubs.
All right, we're back. We're back from lunch. It's a little early. I was going to let the music play just a little bit more. Yes, I did. I did make a new thumbnail during the break. I figured those drawings are just epic. I went back and watched them again. I sat in here with Mrs. R.A., brought the little kids in again. We watched those drawings. They were dying laughing on the floor. It was hilarious. So I need to do a little more tweaking with them and make them a little better. Yes, I think it belongs on a shirt, Adam. That's what I'm working on. Let's see. We've got. I will say, as far as the hoodie goes, we have the Teespring seems to be like $10 cheaper, and apparently the same quality of hoodies, which is better. So I'm working on a Teespring shirt, a hoodie that way, and that way I can get rid of the overpriced one that I couldn't get the price down low enough to cover the cost the fees that I have to pay. So that'll be good. Well, we'll have a hoodie price or a hoodie available soon, and soon I think I'm going to have the Gwyneth Paltrow Park City Ski School graphical instruction shirt from the court this morning ready as well. But there's more this afternoon. First of all, I guess. Oh man, did I miss it? I did. I went and clicked where I should not have clicked, and that's a problem. No, I got it back. I got it back right here. Hey, come on in. What's up? No, Mrs. R.A. just pops in. Portland Trail Blazers TV. I believe this is a second-time offense for you, being first in chat and winning the internet. Congratulations on that. I know you know what to do from here on out. Unfortunately, if you had other work scheduled for this afternoon, go ahead and cancel that because you'll be taking care of all the IP issues worldwide for the rest of the day and probably till tomorrow morning. So just go ahead and get that done for us. Once again, this is a volunteer position. I appreciate you shouldering the burden. Thank you very much for being first in chat. Congratulations, my friend. Good to have you here with us as well. Let's see. So we've got the Pictionary thing that's going to happen. I'm pretty sure. I've got the pictures pulled up. Let me see. I can pull them up here. I'm not sure which artwork we need to show first, but so I think this picture. I'll grab a screenshot without the blue lines because they're a little confusing. But just the box, the Minecraft character on skis, upside down. That's going to be a good one. I like the one that has the rotational torque calculations with the force equals force times distance. That was good. Off the center of mass. That even makes sense to me, and I'm not a math person. And then we have a similar calculation here. So I'm not sure if we're going to do all three on the shirt or just have a single one. But really, what makes it for me on this particular picture is the frowny face. It's the frowny face on the screen. When you're falling, you're frowning apparently. So we're going to figure out something to do with this, and we'll have some item for you. Let's see. We've got everyone back. Let's see. Kevin saying Midwest Killing is a great trial to watch. Hope we move to it soon. Possibly. The only problem is, Kevin, a large percentage of our viewers have a very strong attachment to pets. A connection we have as far as pet lovers. I think we are the vast majority fall in that category, and that particular trial. One of the key elements of that trial relates to animal abuse for shooting a police dog, and that is going to be a little bit difficult because of that. I don't like seeking out trials that are difficult for our community to watch. So while it may have some stuff that I really want to watch, there's a lot of good body camera footage. There's a lot of, I think Police Chase, they're showing body camera footage right now. You know, there's all sorts of stuff in that trial that we would like. There are parts of it that could be difficult. So we will probably, if we do switch to that one, depending on what's available after this trial's over, which should end this week, we might do a catch up on that trial, especially if we can skip a lot of the in-depth testimony that might be a little bit difficult for most of our audience. So that's what I'm thinking there. Anyway, I appreciate the input for sure. Good to have everyone back. Matthew Harris, I see you there. I've got Matthew's pen in my hands. This is the pen I've been sort of in between chewing on and spinning. I'm not a great pen spinner, but I think you're supposed to be able to take it and like spin it over your hand. I dropped it, but I imagine that this is the pen I'm going to learn how to spin with. So it's gone. All right, so let's take this camera. Found it. Anyway, I'm using the pen, Matthew's pen, which he sent me, which is awesome, to keep track on my little paper of as far as the sidebars, objections, and everything else. And so the score, as we have it right now in the first half of this day, is sidebars. We have 3, 2 by the plaintiffs, 1 by the defense. Objections, the plaintiffs have 11, which I think they're in like what's that? The bonus point. You get a bonus point. It's like a basketball thing. After a certain number of fouls, you get to shoot for 2 every time. I think we're in that point. Defense only has 1. So, excuse me. I'm getting all choked up over it. All right. Let's see. Hi, Judge Jay Pickles. Good to have you here. It's good to be back. Let's see what we've got. As far as court goes, we've got audio. We're set up there. We've got about 10 minutes before they come back to court. So a little bit. It's going to be interesting. I think it'll be a little spicy between the lawyers, because I think the lawyers are blaming each other for their situation. It's going to get good. Every time they can talk to each other, it's really exciting. Wisconsin via Allen Brown seems like it will be a good short trial. We're going to take a look at that. I'm following it. I've got it on my screen right now. It looks like they've got a officer up testifying right now. I'll probably be watching that as homework and maybe summarize things and pick out parts if we do pick that up. But we would have to watch that one on catch up a little bit, because we're going to follow this trial to the end. I think it'll be a quick deliberation by the jury in this one as well. Okay, where are we at? Somebody's asking for the burner phone. I'll keep it open if you can call within the next 5 minutes. I'll keep it open. If there was somebody new who wanted the burner phone number, I'll let them contact me. Let's see. Listen to James singing on Spotify. James sings? Is that what I was getting? I won't be able to listen to that over the live stream. That would get me a smack for sure. But I will listen to it personally. Let's see. Indoor cycling. That's awesome. Awesome. We got some great pictures from a couple of you on the burner phone. As I see, it still says, I know YouTube's had trouble. It shows that I'm not live when I am. That's a YouTube issue. It happens on other channels as well. But we are live. It's here. It doesn't take much to figure that out. Just click on it, and we're here. Yes, we're going to put them on a hoodie, I think. Do you guys say hoodie or T-shirt? Which would be preferable? I realize it's a ski image, so it's probably for cold weather, so hoodie would work for that. We are getting to the close, honestly, I'd say we're getting close to the end of the ski season, but really I think most of the ski resorts are going to be skiing all through the summer with how much snow they've got. So that could be a thing. Let's see. Good. I buy the first one on a mug. Okay. A mug would be good. I think I could do a couple on a mug. Honestly, I'm going to have to redraw them for a couple of reasons. One for legal reasons, and two for resolution issues, because it's not getting a screenshot from a video doesn't translate to a high resolution image for a hoodie very well. So we're going to work on redrawing those and get the background clear and everything else. Can we get the first one as an emoji? It'll have to be on a white. I'll try it. It's really thin because an emoji, it gets condensed down. I generate them in 480 by 480 pixels, and then YouTube divides that by 10. So it's a 48 by 48 pixels. It's pretty detailed for a 48 by 48. I'll do a sample of it, but I don't think it will look good, honestly. Unfortunately, I might have to do just a stick figure. No, I'm going to listen to James singing on Spotify. Apparently, he's got some pipes. Is it? What's his style? Caption the drawing is brought to you by RA and the $500 an hour expert witness. Seriously, how do you get a witness who is so good at so many things and cannot draw a stick figure? This is going to be good. It's going to be awesome. Anyway, let's get ready to watch in court. Oop, that's the wrong court. That's Alan Brown. We'll swap those around. Swap that with 1 and 3, and then we'll switch to 3 box. Oops. Oh man, it's been a long lunch trying to figure out what I'm doing here. We want this one right here. Camera 1 is going to be 2, camera 2 is going to be 4, and camera 3 is going to be 2. Nope, 1. Camera 3 is going to be 1. That's me. There we go. Now we're ready. Got it all set up. First try. Welcome back, Goodman Law. Matthew Harris. Good to have a couple lawyers here. We've got a few more in chat as well that don't out themselves quite as readily. We know who you are, though. Could you please drop your throne a wee bit? We're missing a small part of your head. It helps when I switch to this camera, but I think you're talking about this one. I'll adjust the image because I like the level my throne is at. Jade says, hello, I'm still not able to join your channel's membership. Jade, you're probably on an iPhone, I'm guessing. That it's difficult to do it that way, but I think if you go through Safari on the channel page on Safari, you should be able to see the join button there. It's tricky. Otherwise, it's a lot easier on a computer. It's just the Apple fights with YouTube, or YouTube fights with Apple over the fee that's charged when a purchase is made on a phone. It's the whole reason why Fortnite doesn't exist on Apple devices or Apple iOS devices anymore. It's anyway, that's why it doesn't work. Let's see. Hello, Tea Time on Table Mountain. Welcome. It was an amazing video, heartbreaking, but others should take note. Oh, I didn't see that one. Just hit lunchtime here in Cali. Yep, we're a little bit behind. Did you notice that Utah gets a longer lunch than they get a longer lunch than other places? Usually the judge gives them an hour, but in Utah they get an hour and a half. I guess that's because the lines are longer. I don't know. Gene, I got the link for James singing. I'm excited for that. I'm actually gonna like kill my mic and give it a quick listen here, so I don't get dinged. This was not the style I was expecting. The music style was not what I was expecting at all. I'm just waiting for the voice to kick in. Apparently the attorney James Clark sings,
I'm not a cat.
Wow. Okay. So this is crazy. This is crazy. That is not, for some reason, I saw him as more as like a Green Day sort of guy. Okay. I thought he was going to be a little bit more of a rocker, but it's not at all. Not at all. Wow. Good pipes though. Good singer. Let's see. Both. It's just on YouTube channel said no comments, but there were many. We had almost 4,000 comments on our first live stream this morning. Mammoth is open until July or August. Ski Kelly. Yeah, it's so much snow in the mountains. So much. It's going to take forever to melt. It's almost a glacier up there. It'll be year round. Okay. Wanted a mug, t-shirt, and a hoodie. Asking for a friend. Laura, we could do the set because we have like the 3 drawings. You could have like the mug, t-shirt, and hoodie set with all the 3 drawings on it. Shelly, I might need your help a little bit. I'm not a Photoshop person. The issue I'm having with the drawings primarily is the resolution. Obviously, I need to keep it nice and crisp. I want it to still feel like a dry erase marker drawing. And I also need the background. Unfortunately, the screenshots I got, the white is not white, so I need a white balance to adjust that. And that'll be key to have the background the exact same color so I can make a clear background and make it transparent because I like using that for video stuff. But if you're able to play with it, I could send you some files of what I've got just as far as screenshots, but I think I might just have to redraw them. Let's see. I'm back. Went out, do some community service, helped my mind get off that sad story in Tennessee. Like to go out and see who I can help. 80s Music Band, thank you so much. Wonderful. You, my friend, that is what makes this community great. You in a spot where you yourself were down, and instead of focusing on that, you went out to help other people. Let's see. Somebody's trying to get my attention, which usually means I'm supposed to check the mod chat. Let's see what it is. Oh, we have a chase. We have a chase. Is that what you're saying? Live pursuit, California Highway Patrol in pursuit of stolen police cruiser. Oh, man. Give me a second here. We'll put this in the window. We'll have them all go in at the same time because that's what we do here. Okay, give me a second here. Give me a second. Share. It's Fox 11, Los Angeles. Okay, let's see. Let's go over here. It's going to take just a minute to get there. We might back it up and see if it ends quickly. We'll might back up and see what happened. But there it is. Pursuit. We'll bring that up full screen. Oh, he jumped out of the car. Oh, man, we're going to have to back it up. We're going to back it up till the beginning of the feed, which puts us back about 8 minutes. 8 minutes back. And let me get it set up here. Box sources. One is going to be 3. How about that? There we go. So now we have a police chase in California. Now, this was a little bit ago. Let me turn on some audio if they have some. I'm not hearing any. No audio coming through at all on this, so it's just a silent feed right now. Might have an announcer later. Apparently, this is a stolen police car. This happened about 10 minutes ago in California. Somebody stole a cruiser. Yes, stolen cop car chase, police cruiser. Let me fix the other boxes so that we can see what's happening in the trial. because we're still going to monitor that because the timer just went down to 0. Man. Gotta love the stolen cop car chases. It's been a little bit, you know, as far as since the last chase. I realize there have been a couple that ended quickly, but you steal a police car and the cops are just a little more upset about it than normal, right? There are a couple things you can do in a police chase that will get the cops to be a little more angry than normal. One of them is to steal one of their cars. The other one is to shoot from the vehicle. The third would probably be like anything related to endangering bystanders, especially kids, like in a school zone or something like that. So they're those things, the bumping other cars and things like that. It's a deal, but it's not as big a deal as those big 3 no-nos. And so he's done one of them at least. Yeah, this suspect, we're a couple minutes behind, Stephanie. So we just wanted to catch the footage because I was a little slow in learning that it was happening. So we just rewound just a few minutes. Apparently, this has come to a resolution already. I don't know why he would have bailed unless he was stuck. Look at those flowers on the side of the road. Those yellows and oranges. You guys seeing this? Let's switch to 3 there. It looks beautiful. I do need to go down just a tiny bit lower. Oh, that was too far. Oh well, now I'm short. Let's see. Plaintiff called GP on cross. Plaintiff objected to leading as it was sustained. I missed that one, P-Fog. But of course, it was to this. No leading question on the direct examination of a witness. Exception exists with judge's permission for a hostile witness. Yeah, so you can't lead on direct unless they're hostile. 80s Music Band are in Recovery Addict Facebook group. I'm not sure if you're in there. I haven't seen you on there. A lot of people are Facebook isn't their thing. And I don't blame you. Okay. This is awesome. I need to turn the air down here just a little bit because I'm baking. Let's turn it to cool. I love having a smart thermostat. I never thought I'd have one, but now that I can control the weather from my chair, it's good. What are we watching? William, we're watching a police chase.
That possibility as well.
There we go.
He did slow down, and you can see some officers right there. I'm going to listen in, see if he did hit that spike strip. But again, this vehicle, stolen police car, stolen highway patrol vehicle, right now on the 138, and we're heading into the Lancaster area.
So what we have here is a stolen police car.
Right now we have Dennis Dine, retired LAPD. Dennis, first of all, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, perfect. So, we're seeing this high-speed police pursuit of a stolen CHP cruiser. Any idea how this could have possibly happened?
Yeah, they left it unlocked with the keys in it, and he took it.
Could be officer was out on a call, making a traffic stop, left the keys in the ignition. Suspect jumped in the car and took off. Many possibilities. Do we know where it was stolen from? Where the officer left?
I don't know why they're zooming in like that.
We just know that it started in Castaic, and then he made his way to Lancaster. So he's been driving it for just about over an hour, I would say. Also, I wanted to ask you, any idea? I mean, because Stu had just mentioned that the ammunition and weapons in this cruiser were secure. His tires
look at that.
Flat right now.
Tires. There it goes. Now he's going to have
secure.
trouble.
The weapons are secure. The shotgun, other weapons that they have are secure. There is
See it fishtailing on the road there?
Device within the vehicle. You have to know where that is and how to deactivate.
Okay.
But, could have been a traffic stop, and then the person jumped in and took off. It's not unusual for the officer to leave the car running.
Looks like a highway patrol, right?
Traffic stop. That may be the case. As we see, they may be coming to an end soon. You see what's happening with the vehicle, but it's very unusual to steal a police car.
Girl in Texas. Thank you.
Not that
for
unusual.
Becoming a new member again.
Very unusual. To steal a police car and ambulance.
Got the green courthouse by your name. Month number 3 for you. Thank you so much. Oh, here he goes.
Dennis,
Here's the
I want to
bail.
bring back Stu. Stu, what's going on? He's jumping out of the car. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. He just bailed out of the car, out of a moving
then it took out a power line.
The
lines are down. It's arcing on the car. He just... Oh my
Stu,
goodness!
what
Everyone's
do you-
running
what do
from
you
the
see
power
right
lines.
Now? I know we're blurring things out a bit because we don't exactly know what's going on, but he just bailed going about 70 miles an hour.
He jumped out of that vehicle at about 70 miles an hour, leaving that vehicle to go on its own. It hit that power line right there. They do have power lines down. We haven't seen any sparking or arcing.
Yes, we did. We saw
Officers from
sparking and
California
arcing.
Highway Patrol getting him out of the roadway. That was not a malicious act. They were getting him out of the roadway as quickly as possible. They're going to be
Holy cow.
rendering aid. You can see that right there. But this suspect clearly had some issues this afternoon. They did hear the words earlier on that he was had some depression issues and also weapons. Now that suspect bailing out of that car, we've seen some motorcycle accidents in the past. That was a lot of road
That
rash.
was intense.
Hopefully he is okay. That police car taking out a telephone pole out here in the Antelope Valley area, right off the 138. You can see the car coming to a stop right there. But why this all happened, that is a big question right now. Officers from California Highway Patrol, they are working with that victim. Apparently he is up and standing right now.
No
so that
way.
means that whatever injuries he had, that he's
And now they're fighting
going
him,
to be hopefully
trying to hold him down.
Okay. Right now, though, you can see that they are still going to take him into custody and also render aid. A lot of these officers, you can see one of them right
So
there.
this
running
wasn't
up
live.
with a
This was
first
about
aid
8
bag.
minutes ago.
I'm going to stay a little bit wider just in case those
Like
injuries
we're 8
are a
minutes
little
behind.
too graphic for our viewers. Right now, though, I'm also hearing they are calling for an ambulance, but we are out of the 138 and 190th Street in the Antelope Valley. This is far from any of the nearby LA
Yeah,
County
that was,
fire station. So right
I'm
now,
not going to
they're
rewind
gonna
that.
have
I'm not going to
wait
show
for
that.
at least a few moments
holy
for them to
cow.
get out here. And again, though, what a traumatic ending of that stolen police car. He bailed out of it after the rear tire went out. We saw that they were trying to do spike strips over and over again. We heard them
That was
saying
unbelievable.
negative contact, but apparently one of them must have made contact as that rear driver's side tire did go flat. When that happened, that suspect making a bad decision, a string of
Human
bad
body's
decisions,
amazing.
apparently
Yeah,
stealing a police car, but then in the end,
He's probably got
jumping
some
out of
serious
it
injuries.
At about 60 miles an hour. Again, this all happening out
That
here in the
is-
Antelope
that is
Valley.
nuts.
Those officers rendering first aid the best they can. Of course, the county fire department, that means paramedics, are en route, but it is going to be some time before they can get to this location.
What a dramatic conclusion to that police chase. Dennis, I don't know if you're still on the line. Can you still hear me?
The car,
Yes, I
the
can.
car
Most
went
of
through a
those,
telephone pole,
DP
so
officers
it's
are trained,
probably got some
of the
damage.
Paramedics, they have a lot of training in that MT procedure. They may even want to helicopter this individual to a hospital.
Don, if you rewind the live stream, I
But this is
don't think I
a
can
highly
show that
remote
again.
area, desolate area.
I might put it on the slow-mo machine for a
Not
late-night
that
stream
speed. I've never seen
and show
anything
what
to that
happened there.
degree. That is very, very
I've never
unusual.
seen someone
So
exit
they
a
say
vehicle
the
voluntarily
person
at
may
that
have some
speed before.
Issues, some mental issues, and that would then reflect the desperation to bail out
I'm-
a car.
I'm
traveling
guessing,
at that speed. And the student sees from overhead.
Some sort of
the car finally
substance
crashed.
may be involved.
But when he bailed, the car was at full
Yeah.
speed, and that's very critical when you hit that pavement coming out of a car.
Okay, we're gonna kill the audio on that for now as we just watch their video. That was whoa. No, he's not the CPR, Elizabeth. He's up and walking. He was walking after that. He lay there for a little while. They dragged him out of the road. Obviously, there was concern about the power lines being down because they took out a power pole, and it looked like there was some sparking. It could have been a reflection from the lights on the police car, but I don't think they were on when he crashed. He was never standing. Why did he jump? Whoa, yeah. Just unbelievable. That was bad. Okay. Well, with that, we're going to switch up to watch
you.
the judge a little bit because we're back. We're going to.
The bailiffs are bringing in the jury and getting them ready.
Sad situation. Yeah, it sounds like some mental illness.
No, I won't bring
type
them in the
things.
room until they're ready.
Yeah, there's the police car that went through the. Yeah, it had a little bit of damage. The front end's got a little bit of a twist to it that it didn't have before. Going through that pole, just snapped it off like a twig. And there's the pole still. It's upright, hanging by the wires. It's a little bit torqued. I'm surprised it's not arcing. Apparently they're doing CPR. Man. Maybe they they were dragging him somewhere, and we thought he was upright, but whew, bad day for that dude for sure. With that, we're back to something much less intense. Yeah, we go from 70-mile-an-hour bailing of a stolen police car, to very slow cross-examination of an expert witness. So how's that for a transition? The car's not too bad. I mean, if you look at it, I mean, I think that'll probably buff out. I think, I don't know, I'm not sure if the original feed, we'll go ahead and kill that one. Hang on. Let's switch to 2. That'll leave a mark for sure. Carolyn, please, I need all the help I can get with thumbnails. If you have some suggestions, the only requirements I have are specific to the size of the image, and it has to be 1920 by 1080 pixels. So 1920 by 1080, and then it has to be less than 2 megabytes for YouTube to allow it. So we've got some parameters I have to work with, but I'd love to see what you come up with and send it to the burner phone.
Mr. Bogger, you can come back up to the
great.
witness stand.
Bogger's on the way up. Holy cow! What an ending to lunch. With that, I need to fill up my mug, and you know what that means. Here's your warning. For the first time, I had a little rogue splash, a drop of water. We've seen police chases and dramatic fashion before, but never like that. That's the first time for me. Usually when they bail out, it's a slow speed. It's almost parked, and the car's just sort of rolling. Ejector seat in the police cars to prevent theft. Okay, wow. Paltrow is back in the courtroom, as is Mr. Terry, I believe. I think they're both there. Judge using the whiteout on his yellow legal pad. Okay, now that triggers my OCD just a little bit. Whiteout on a yellow legal pad is not okay.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Egan, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Bogger, we just have a few more questions, and then we'll get you off the stand here. First, is it your opinion that both Mr. Sanderson and Ms. Paltrow had the responsibility to exercise reasonable care to avoid a collision with each other on the day of their accident?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with Ms. Paltrow's account of that collision, correct?
Yes, I am.
Have you heard her testimony, in the trial testimony that she gave to this jury?
I have.
And you also reviewed her deposition?
Yes.
And if you assume that her account is correct, is it your opinion that she did comply with the standard of care, or the reasonable standard that you just said that was her duty?
Yes.
And if you assume her account was correct, did Mr. Sanderson comply with that duty?
No.
And why is that?
Well, if you assume the facts that we're looking at Ms. Paltrow's version, then you'd have to conclude that at the moment of the collision, she was a skier below and was hit from behind. And that collision, I know I said there were a lot of other factors, but in this case, that seems to be the key factor, and that's where the failure of someone's lookout at the last minute, even if they can be in control the entire time, making great slalom turns, whatever it might be, But you can be a very good skier and you can be skiing in control, but if you have a momentary failure and there's someone below you of your lookout, then you have a collision. And by definition, if you have that collision, that's not in control because you can't stop and or avoid anything below. So by definition, that's skiing out of control, even if it's momentary.
Did you review the evidence relating to Deer Valley's paperwork and obtaining of information about this accident?
I did.
And do you have knowledge of the standards for ski resorts in terms of that kind of a investigation of an accident?
Yes.
And did Deer Valley comply with that standard?
Yes, based on the facts that they had in front of them, yes.
And did you see any evidence of inappropriate documentation?
No, what I reviewed looked like it would meet the industry standard of care. It would be very similar to all the ski areas that I visited and know I'm familiar with their record keeping and so forth. These are typical business records kept in the course of business.
In your experience, thoroughly investigating over, I think you said 500 ski collisions, do you sometimes conclude that the evidence does not allow you to determine who is at fault?
All the time, yeah. Sometimes you just don't have enough information. Sometimes you have conflicting information, and you just, there's plausible versions, and you can't know which one's right, and you just have to realize that you're not going to be able to determine fault. So that's common enough.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Thanks.
Ms. Van Orman?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to be really, really quick with you. In fact, we're just going to do the opposite of what you just testified to. So you were just asked if Ms. Paltrow's version of the accident, assuming that was true, would Mr. Sanderson have violated the skier's responsibility code? We're going to flip that. You've heard Mr. Sanderson and Mr. Ramon's version of the accident. Assuming those were true, they would have complied with the skier's responsibility code, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Paltrow would have violated the skier's responsibility code.
That's correct.
All right. And in fact, the skier's responsibility code, it applies to all skiers. They all have to follow it, right?
That's correct.
No matter if somebody has a disability in their eye or if they're turning to look at their children to watch them ski.
All skiers have that responsibility at all times.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Egan?
That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then Mr. Bogger?
Yeah.
You may step down.
I don't think they got anything from Mr. Bogger other than a bill. They'll have got to pay. And they didn't talk about how much he was getting paid, but I imagine it's probably be between $350 and $500 an hour.
Edgley, MD.
Another doctor, Stephen Edgley, MD. Owens knows he's very short on time, but he does not have the ability to be brief.
Where are you to tell the truth? There's a lot of stuff here.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good afternoon. Would you begin by stating your full name and spelling it for the jury?
This guy is the tallest witness we've had in the stand, and he's now sitting on the broken chair. We'll see what happens.
Stephen Edgley. That's a STEVENEDGLEY. Yep.
And Mr. Owens is not ready for his direct. That looks good. He just folded a page right in the middle of that binder. It's all wrinkled up in there. It's like,
okay,
screw
Dr.
it, we'll do it live.
Are you employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
At the University of Utah.
And are you over the acquired brain injury division?
Yes. Physical medicine and rehab is my specialty, and I'm over that section.
How old are you, sir?
49.
Okay, and just background, undergraduate degree, where was that?
I studied psychology with a pre-med emphasis at BYU.
So BYU and the University of Utah are
training
rivals.
Was in Chicago at Loyola University in Chicago, and I did a 4-year residency in physical medicine and rehab at the University of Utah.
And then did you go there? Did you stay at the university?
Yes.
And have been for how many years?
Overall, 20. Yes.
Okay. And do you hold an endowed chair at the university?
I do.
Do you teach? Are you a professor there?
I do.
And you personally had an acquired brain injury. Is that true?
Yes. So I had a stroke in 2001, 21 years ago.
And did that event play a role in your area of study?
It did. I was initially matched for a residency training in ophthalmology, actually. I took 1 year off to deal with the recovery aspects of my stroke, and then began physical medicine and rehab residency training.
Are you board certified in your specialty?
I am.
You are a physician, MD, correct?
Yes.
And do you deal with people other than stroke people, other acquired brain injuries?
So in my practice, it's a very busy practice. 95% of my practice deals with acquired brain injury.
And what is that, as opposed to brain injury? Like if a baby is born with a brain injury, that's not acquired, right?
Acquired. So acquired brain injury encompasses strokes, traumatic brain injury, concussions, and a myriad of other brain injuries related to surgery, anoxia, near drownings.
Anoxia is like oxygen deprivation?
Yes.
Okay, and maybe a child who's found at the bottom of a swimming pool, rehabilitated, brought in, and they come and see you?
Yes.
About how many patients have you seen in your career?
So I have, let's see, I see about 15 separate encounters per day over 20 years. That equals over 65,000 patient encounters of acquired brain injury.
Thank you. And do you consider yourself an expert in brain injuries?
Yes.
And the fact that you have personally had an acquired brain injury, does that also give you additional insight?
It makes me kind of unique in that I have experienced.
Have you reviewed voluminous records in this case?
I have.
So the court complaint, records and reports from the VA hospital, is that fair?
Yes.
About 1,000 pages or so?
Yes.
And deposition transcripts, Gwyneth Paltrow, Terry Sanderson, the daughters, Sam Goldstein, Dr. Fong, all of those?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And medical records also of the Park City Instacare, Cognitive FX, Sam Goldstein. Have you reviewed those?
Yes.
Do you believe that you have the foundation to render expert opinions in this case?
I do.
The jurors have already heard that the patient, or I should say Mr. Sanderson, has a mild traumatic brain injury. Do you agree or disagree?
I think I have poured over the records. I think it's possible.
Okay.
But the testimonies are inconclusive.
Did you tell me that the most important things you look at are how long they're unconscious and how long they've lost their memory, amnesia?
That's correct. So that's going by the Cantu concussion grading system, which is preferable because it's the most objective and not relying on subjective symptoms from any patient.
Okay, so a concussion, if you hear someone has a concussion, are those your two lead questions? How long were you out, and how long is your memory out?
Exactly.
All right, and apply that to Mr. Sanderson, would you?
So it is unclear whether he lost consciousness. Now, let me be clear. So let's define consciousness. So when you are unconscious, you are totally lifeless and limp. Not speaking, not moving. That's unconsciousness. I based on the records, there is a very inconsistent evidence that he did in fact lose consciousness. So I am not able to state that conclusively.
Okay. What do we know about, for instance, Christensen was the ski instructor. He testified to no loss of consciousness. You with me?
Yep.
And Brad Falchuk has not gone yet. Ms. Paltrow has stated no loss of consciousness. Craig Ramon did say loss of consciousness. Have I sort of summarized some of the people who talked about that?
Yeah, and the plaintiffs himself has said, loss of consciousness, 5 minutes, and then again a later 10 minutes.
Okay,
yes.
So Mr. Sanderson kept changing what he was telling people, right? I don't know, a few seconds, 5 minutes, then 10 minutes. True?
Yes, and I think that is why it's important to clarify loss of consciousness with the post-traumatic amnesia. So, the plaintiff will not remember how long he was unconscious, if at all. He he will remember the first memory he had of that event.
Okay.
And
so consciousness, I heard you say 5 minutes, and I just want to be clear. One of the ways we rate sort of the severity of the concussion is very short to no concussion, up to 5 minutes, and then over 5 minutes.
So
is that true?
So to clarify, no loss of consciousness, but post-traumatic amnesia is a grade 1 concussion.
Thank you. Whitney Smith, I guess, was another provider who said no loss of consciousness. Are you aware of that testimony?
I don't recall.
Okay, yes. Whitney was the toboggan person.
Yeah.
And she asked it. She quizzed them, I guess. But let me move on. Okay, so even if Ramon's testimony is believed, that would put him only in the second category, less than 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, and first category is essentially no loss of consciousness.
Yes.
Okay, now let's go to amnesia. Applying what you've learned about Mr. Sanderson, how long was his amnesia after the collision?
That is also very ambiguous and multiple reports. I hear and read that he had a conversation with Eric Christiansen, which he does remember, which was traumatic in his opinion.
So Sanderson remembers Christensen yelling at him. True?
So
is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that is the allegation, yes.
Okay, and he remembers his friend Craig Ramon talking to him. Are you okay? Are you okay? True?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that tell you about length of amnesia?
It was brief, if at all.
Okay, so you said the two big things we look at for severity of concussion is how long they're out and how long they can forget things.
Yes, and I will add people experiencing brain trauma have a period of fogginess, and as the plaintiff himself said, quote, I rung my bell.
I rung, okay. At one point he said, I rung my bell. I hear you. Go ahead.
So I am not able to say, it is probably it is likely that he did have some confusion, but if he had no loss of consciousness and no post-traumatic amnesia, it can't really be called a concussion.
All right, fair enough. And confusion, let's just talk about that issue. He has memories at the actual incident site, correct?
I suppose. I don't think
it was sustained.
Doctor, That's when you do not answer.
Length of period of confusion. Do you remember what he told the toboggan person, Whitney, about whether he... Do you know if what Whitney observed in terms of his confusion level?
No.
Okay. She wrote alert and oriented times 4 or something. That's in evidence. I'm asking now to comment on it.
Overruled?
No foundation.
Overruled?
If Whitney, the toboggan person, observed no alert and oriented times 4, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And is it 4 out of 4?
Yes.
Like 4 is the best score?
Yeah.
I want to know what that scale means. Please tell me.
So, let's see. Oriented to person, place, situation, and location.
Place, time.
Time. Yes.
I don't know. Okay.
Person, place, time, situation.
Did you say president or present?
No, person.
Person. Gotcha.
He didn't say president at all.
All right. And the jury's heard on those issues, so that's okay. I asked Terry, would it surprise you if at the Instacare they found no confusion? He said no. Is that consistent with your knowledge of the events?
Yes.
Have you seen texts he was sending out, even at the bottom of the hill, about Whitney?
Overruled?
Go ahead.
I have heard about the text. Yes.
All right. Is it your opinion that if Mr. Sanderson suffered a concussion and it was mild, was mild?
Leading.
That's
overruled?
Go ahead.
What's the question again?
Is it your opinion that if Mr. Sanderson suffered a concussion, it was mild?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And is that based on the things we've been discussing, or are there any other issues? Loss of consciousness, amnesia, confusion. I'm just wondering, are there other issues we ought to hit before we move on to your next opinion that go to that issue?
A helmeted low velocity impact. Also,
low velocity impact. What does that mean?
So he was not going fast.
Okay, what do you know?
Like in a car accident. He was not going car speeds.
Okay. And you read, for instance, the depositions where they discuss it was actually kind of a slow fall?
Yes.
And that's important when determining how hard the hit was or something for the concussion severity?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other factors we've missed?
I don't think so.
All right, let's go to your second opinion here. None of the medical records support plaintiff's claim that perceived symptoms of cognitive decline are related to the ski collision. Is that your opinion?
Yes.
Maybe I'll flip it around. Comment on his symptoms. What percentage of his symptoms that he now complains of are related to the ski collision?
I can't really do with that. I think it would be better to analyze what he had going on in his brain before and after the collision.
Please do that.
So the plaintiff, and I'm in no way trying to pick on the plaintiff, but he had a number of brain conditions. He had a stroke, which he lost his eyesight in his right eye.
Stroke.
Yes. He had evidence of a microvascular disease
in his brain.
In his brain, and probably most importantly, he had evidence of a hydrocephalus clear back in 2009, and let me talk about the hydrocephalus and.
Okay, let me make sure we get the whole list, though. These are preceding brain problems from his pre-collision. True?
Yeah.
Are we showing this, whatever this exhibit is, to the witness and having him read off of that?
No.
He's not reading off of it, but please turn it around. It's a different topic.
We've just printed this massive list.
Go ahead.
That was funny. That was funny.
So
that was not a prop. That was getting ready to show it, but we'll go on.
Yeah. Okay. Would you state?
Yes. Thank you. Okay. I heard you say, with regard to pre-collision brain problems, that the plaintiff had stroke, microvascular disease, hydrocephalus. Any others?
Not that showed up on the MRI of his brain in 2009.
He had a history of migraines. Is that something you'd put under that list or not?
Yeah. Yes. So.
Sustained?
Okay.
Pardon me?
I didn't even
strike. I couldn't hear. Just
move to strike the answer.
Motion granted.
I didn't even know what his answer was going to be, by the way. I'm just trying to get this list together. But
the answer is stricken. The jury must disregard it.
Thank you. So, if you think of another one we ought to talk about, please tell me. Okay. You said you want to talk about hydrocephalus. What is that word?
Hydrocephalus is where the ventricles have too much pressure, or a condition called normal pressure hydrocephalus, which is equally kind of devastating.
Dumb it down for me. Does hydro mean water?
Yes.
What does cephalus mean?
Brain.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
water on the brain.
And then this is very confusing. Normal pressure hydrocephalus is not a normal condition. Is that true?
Not at all.
Overruled?
It's. I mean, when I see the word normal in a diagnosis, I think, oh, that's normal. But in this case, normal pressure hydrocephalus is or is not a good condition.
So, it is a well-recognized medical condition that is degenerative in nature, meaning it gets worse with time. About only 1 in 500 people between the age 60 and 70 have this, and it gets worse with time.
You said hydrocephalus means water brain. What does that mean? There's too much fluid in the head, or what?
It specifically means that there is too much fluid in the ventricles of the brain.
And what's a ventricle again?
Fluid filled cavities that feed the spinal column and eventually get resorbed by the body.
And you said it's progressive. Just comment on that. So let's say there were no ski accident. Comment on its progressiveness in Mr. Sanderson.
So it's been 14 years since that initial MRI. That's quite a bit of time. I would expect symptoms to crop up like loss of memory, like trouble with balance.
Okay. Let's move on to microvascular disease. By the way, I want to know if these things are related. If someone has the hydrocephalus like Mr. Sanderson, does he also have to have microvascular disease?
No.
All right. And do you believe the microvascular disease caused the stroke?
Yes.
Okay, so those two things are related.
So
go ahead.
A stroke of the central retinal artery is a harbinger of future strokes and a indication that there is microvascular disease.
So microvascular. Micro means small. Is that right?
Yes.
Vascular means like blood flow?
Yes.
All right, so small blood flow. So in lay terms, does that mean the passages of blood flow are narrowed in his brain?
Yes.
Sustained?
I'm trying to get to the most...
Him trying to get there does not mean that he can get there.
Like 8th grade level, which is what I understand.
Yeah.
So comment...
Attorney has an 8th grade education is what I heard.
Mr. Sanderson's pre-collision brain as it related to microvascular disease, please.
So 2 points. So some microvascular disease can cause very small strokes, which are not able to be detected by scans, MRI, CT. Also, number 2, microvascular disease is a great risk factor for a future stroke.
Do you believe this, is this your opinion, all symptoms the plaintiff claims is explained not by the collision, but by his pre-accident conditions? I'm trying to get his opinion out there, Your Honor.
You can ask what his opinion is.
Yeah, sustained.
Okay, comment on your opinion on that issue, on the issue of his current claims as it relates to his pre-accident conditions.
So, in a more likely than not scenario, in this 76-year-old brain now, concussion symptoms should only last for 1 to 3 months. There is a wide berth of evidence that when the concussion symptoms last for longer than 3 months, it's highly correlated with monetary gains or litigation.
Explain that, please. Monetary gains or litigation.
Highly correlated. It means he's doing this for the money.
And relate it, please, directly to Mr. Sanderson.
Your Honor, this goes beyond the scope of his expert report.
Could you approach, please?
Okay, I realize I've seen a lot of comments in there. We are asking everyone to not make fun of this witness's disability. He's probably smarter than most of us combined, and I know he's smarter than me. He is an expert in his field. He's a doctor. He works in the fields where he himself has experienced some problems. He had a stroke, and it's affecting his speech, his ability to say things. Imagine if you had to consciously think, now I should breathe in and now I should breathe out every time you breathed. I would equate his ability to speak now requires him to consciously think about the words, which now I sit here and I get an idea in my head and the words just flood out. He has to build those words in his head, and it takes physical effort. It doesn't mean he's any slower as far as thought process goes or his ability to think and reason and recall. It's all there. It just takes, effort with every single word. That's why the speech is a little slower. It is a condition that he has no control over, but it doesn't limit his ability to be an expert in this case, where he has personal experience as well.
And the answer was stricken, and the jury is ordered to disregard it.
It is frustrating to see Mr. Owens speak slower to him.
Pre-existing anxiety and depression.
Almost as if he doesn't understand the condition that the witness is dealing with.
He has been medicated for a number of years for depression and anxiety.
And do you believe those things play a role in his current condition?
Absolutely.
And just comment on that, would you?
So, also, when symptoms of concussion last for 3 months or longer, anxiety and depression and other psychiatric conditions are the likely cause of that prolongation.
The last sentence? I missed the last word, I'm sorry.
Prolongation.
Prolongation.
Yes.
Thank you for explaining that. Can you just comment just a little further about that? What do you... Say it a different way for me, would you?
Yeah. So, the symptoms of a concussion should last no more than 3 months. When the symptoms of concussion last longer than 3 months, you start looking for, and this is highly correlated with underlying depression, anxiety, and other psychiatric conditions.
One thing you noted in your report was plaintiff has a history of seeking medical attention at an abnormal rate, 72 times in 10 years. Is that your opinion?
Leading.
Sustained.
Well, comment on how frequently Mr. Sanderson went to his doctors in the 10 years prior to the collision.
So I did note that he had an extensive history of seeking care.
And what does that tell you? Why is that important?
Two things. One, either he has many medical issues before the collision, or he is kind of hyper focused on his symptoms.
And that's pre-collision we're talking about?
Yes.
And then pre-collision, just as a part of aging, did he note a decline in his mental or physical activity acuity level?
So, what's interesting is within 1 month of the collision, he went to his own family doctor and said, I feel like I'm getting old.
This is within 1 month before, correct?
Yes.
And did he say, I'm having a hard time doing the things I've always done?
Yes.
Leading.
Overruled.
And why was he feeling that way? Do we know?
Hearsay, Your Honor. Yeah. So
I'm just asking. Do you have any thoughts on that issue?
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, using your medical opinion, I'm just wondering, what does that tell you as a reviewing medical expert?
Foundation.
Overruled.
Go ahead. I'm getting old and I can't do what I used to do. Go ahead.
Overruled.
Go ahead. So I have had many patients of his age say the same thing. Yes. And I think it's important to clarify one thing. So the brain is an organ, just like any other organ. With time, it accrues conditions, problems, just like any other organ. The plaintiff had evidence, including objective evidence on MRI and things like that, of these disease processes before the clinician.
Okay. And this was the stroke workup. Is that where he had the imaging?
Yeah.
Before? And do you know of any of their plaintiff's experts who actually reviewed the stroke imaging before the collision?
Foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I do.
Did they? Did any of the plaintiff's experts review the imaging to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
And if we're trying to figure out, hey, what's this guy's brain like before and what's this guy's brain like after, it would be nice to put those side to side, wouldn't it? And actually compare?
It would, and that's what the defense has done. Yes.
All right, let's just talk about aging. have you seen? May I show him a document, Your Honor?
It's a huge
Before
document.
I publish it?
Sure.
Have you seen Defense Exhibit 103 and 103B?
How does the jury not see this?
I have.
It's a freaking billboard.
Does that appear to be a true and correct summary of Mr. Sanderson's health before the incident?
It does.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move to publish it.
Any objection? We object, Your Honor. It's what we've talked about before. There's irrelevant medical information there.
I'm about to establish the relevance.
You need to do that
He hasn't
first.
established it yet.
Relevance has to go
I'm gonna
first.
Admit 103 and
Called foundation.
103B for demonstrative purposes only to allow this witness to illustrate their testimony.
Okay, so this is a huge document, and it's going to have information.
Is this okay for a minute?
Sure.
Here we go.
This is the same thing, I just don't trust technology. So 103, and Doctor, do you have a binder right in front of you?
I think he's gotten old all of a sudden.
Yeah.
May I
Blinded his right eye, severely impaired in the left. Walks
Oh,
into walls.
can you see it right here?
Yes.
Oh, the monitor.
Heart
First
palpitations.
week that the monitor wasn't working. Can we do the first third?
Got some big documents here. This is all before the accident. Yes,
All right.
they're
Can
going to
you
focus
see
on
that
every one of
okay,
these
Doctor?
things.
Yes.
And is this the note you were just talking about? Thinks he's gotten old all of a sudden, not doing things he used to do?
Yeah, it is. Yes.
And then, let's say that big. Then, blind in right eye. Were you familiar with that?
I was.
And severely impaired in the other. Did you see that in his medical records?
I did.
Did you see
I think it's
evidence
just
that
published
he
now.
walked into walls before the incident?
Yes.
He would ask people standing on the right side of his field of vision to move so that he could see them. Did you see that in the evidence?
Yes.
One of the reasons he retired was because he had a stroke event that deprived his eye of oxygen, impacting his vision. Did you observe that in the evidence?
Yes.
We're going to go through all these. It's going to be leading, Your Honor, every time.
Overruled.
He adjusted his skiing to one side of the slope to try to avoid hitting others in his blind spot. Did you observe that?
Yes.
He had to be picky about what days he skied to avoid days with lighting that would further limit his depth perception. Do you agree? Did you see that in the evidence?
Yes.
By the way, I mean, if I close one eye, do I have depth perception? Is it still three? Comment on that. Is it still three-dimensional or is it now two-dimensional?
You do want to have.
Scope of his expert testimony, Your Honor.
It's commenting about aging.
Overruled.
Okay, so I'm closing one eye.
He's commenting about
Does that hurt
aging.
my depth perception or it doesn't?
That does.
Just comment very briefly.
Well, you have basically got a monocular situation, and so depth perception will be severely impaired.
Prostate cancer, were you aware he to this day still has metastatic prostate cancer?
Yes.
It's not like it was cured, true?
Yeah.
And he is severely hearing impaired. Did you see that in the record?
Yes.
He has difficulty hearing higher frequency sounds like a woman's voice. Did you see that?
Yes.
Hearing loss is severe. Did you see that?
Yes.
Heart palpitations. Did you see reference to that?
Yes.
And he was on 2 heart medicines, 2 heart, just prior to the ski collision, 2 blood pressure meds for his heart.
Yes.
Is that related to the palpitations, or are those high blood pressure issues separate from the palpitations?
So they can be related to the heart. They can be related to anxiety.
Okay. Do you have an opinion one way or the other?
So I cannot speculate.
Okay, Mr. Sanderson is 76 years old and experiencing the effects of aging. Do you believe that?
We all are.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Microvascular disease, we talked about that. Moderate diffuse volume loss atrophy. Brain volume decreasing. Did you note that he had that prior to the ski collision?
So I read it on the report, yes.
Okay. And what does that mean? Do our brains all shrink as we age?
Yes. Some more than others. And
talk about Mr. Sanderson, please.
Brain atrophy can be caused by a number of factors.
Okay. Comment on Mr. Sanderson, please. What do we know? Why did he have that before the ski collision?
We don't.
Speculation.
That's
I
what
don't know
I'm
why he
asking.
had it before.
I'm asking if he knows it.
He's an
Overruled?
Tell us if you know why he had it.
I don't. It's a vague symptom finding, and it could be caused by a number of things. Commonly, people who drink alcohol excessively commonly have brain atrophy, but there are a number of other causes.
Did you see any evidence in the VA record that he sometimes drinks more than 6 drinks a night?
I did.
And did you see the advice from his providers was, don't do that anymore?
I did.
We want you to abstain from alcohol. Yes?
Overruled.
I did see that, yes.
All right. We're going to move faster here. By the way, it says moderate volume loss. So mild, moderate, severe, are those sort of the 3 categories?
Yes. And that's referring to the MRI in 2009.
Retinal artery occlusion. We talked about that. That's the eye thing. And clotting in arteries delivering blood to brain. Is there anything you want to comment that you haven't talked about on that issue, number 9?
No, I don't think so.
Depression, you've talked about that. Anything more you want to say about it?
Depression and anxiety.
Okay. If he says, since the ski collision, I've had more depression and anxiety than I did before, what do you attribute that to?
So, any symptoms past 3 months, I would attribute it to this multiple factors, not at the accident.
Okay, migraine we've talked about. Let's go. We're going to march through these very fast. In addition to...
He says that, but we're still going slowly.
Going now, starting on 103B12. Did you know he had degenerative disc disease in his back prior to the ski collision?
I did.
Did you see reference to a foot drop, that he, at least for a time, he actually was dragging his foot?
I did.
Weakness in his back and spine?
Yes.
loss of sensation. Did you see that?
Yes.
And just general back pain. Did
Yes.
you see that? Knee injury, yes.
Yes.
And that was actually from a ski collision. Do you recall this? Not a collision, a ski accident.
I did not know that. Yes.
Shoulder injury, shoulder problems. Do you recall him having those?
Yes.
And hamstring injury, right torn hamstring.
Yes.
Osteoarthritis. Did you see that?
Yes. And what may be more relevant to this case is the osteoarthritis in the neck region, which would make moving your head side to side kind of painful or difficult. That, along with the vision impairment, are, I think, relevant.
All right. My partners here are telling me I should wind up.
Yes.
Can you at least look at insomnia,
time.
respiratory problems, poor male sexual reproductive health, lower urinary tract issues, kidney problems, hypercholesterolemia, weight gain, and restless legs? Are those all conditions you saw in his pre-collision medical records?
Yeah.
And why are these things important when we're talking about aging?
It is a long list. Some of these conditions are more relevant than others, but the some indicates that he is 76, and with 76-year-olds, sometimes I have multiple medical conditions like this.
And these are all pre-collision events, right? Pre-collision conditions.
Yes.
And what does that tell you in terms of his aging, like at 69?
Well,
that he was?
So like I said before, we all are.
Aging.
Yes. And so in terms of the brain as an organ, we talk about brain reserve, and we talk about cognitive reserve. Brain reserve tends to go down and down, starting at around age 25. It goes down faster with time and aging.
Okay.
Cognitive reserve indicates that the patient's ability to cope, adapt, be resilient, and find effective workarounds for that brain decline, which we all are undergoing at various stages.
Let me conclude here. They're about to stand up and criticize you for not personally meeting with the patient. Did you personally meet with Mr. Sanderson?
No.
And what did his actual treating providers at the University of Utah, or excuse me, the VA, Veterans Administration people, what did they show on all their neuropsych testing?
So I did not press to actually meet and examine the plaintiff because I think it would be a kind of a condescending to him and also to me to go over a totally normal physical exam as the medical doctors at the VA had well documented records.
And they documented high, average to superior in essentially all categories.
Sustain.
Can you comment on their findings in terms of some kind of graph?
So I think you're referring to the neuropsych test.
Correct. Just give us, and then I'm sitting down, give us a couple, 2 sentences on that, would you?
So a neuropsych test is really like an MRI of the actual mind and its function.
And what was it as to Mr. Sanderson after the collision?
He had 3 neuropsych tests, and it was superior to above average.
Thank you.
And
those are all my questions. Thanks.
That is.
We'll take a short recess right now. Thank you.
Okay, it's frustrating with Owens. He's rude to his own expert. His expert knows so much more than what he's allowing him to say. He's just trying to get him to say quick yes and no's. And I think it's because Owens is in a bind time-wise. He's trying to get a lot of testimony in, and now he's got a witness that takes time to present answers, and he doesn't want it. And so he keeps saying, we're going to go faster, we're going faster. He's not changing what he's doing. He's trying to get the witness to be quicker.
10 minutes.
10-minute break here. Yeah, Owens is time restricted. He's in a tough spot, honestly. He's got a counter that's counting down, and that time includes how much time he has for his closing. And it's very limited. He's seen those hours just go smaller and smaller, and he sees the list of witnesses that he has still, and he's not going to get it in. We're not going to see the kids on the stand, I think. Gwyneth Paltrow's kids, because first of all, the delay because defense or the plaintiff was supposed to rest on Friday and didn't, ended up taking much more time than normal, so it pushed those off. The kids flew out. Yes, when I lean back in my throne, it's the epitome of kicking back and taking it easy. Yes, I'll do that. Anyway, so he's in a tight spot. I don't envy him at all, but it is sort of his own fault, and the judge has pointed that out. It's like, this is on you, man. It's your job to manage your time. This is your clock. Whatever you do at the time, that's what you chose to do with it, and there's not going to be any more because you ran out early. 1.5 days to go after today, according to the judge's timeline. That's correct. I think it's Thursday at noon, roughly, midday, somewhere around there. I think the jury's going to get this case, and at that point, they'll basically be done. There's like a buzzer. The buzzer goes off, and they have to sit down. Yeah, this trial is a little bit different because it's a civil suit. It's not a criminal trial. We mostly watch criminal trials, being true crime and all. We'd watch this one because it was a break from some of the heavy cases that we were watching at the time, and we'd had several back-to-back cases, with Alex Murdaugh and Zachariah Anderson, things like that. So we picked this one up, thinking it would be a little lighter, just a ski crash. It would be a little lighthearted, and instead it had some heavy moments as well. But we're almost to the end here. He was rude to the witness. No need to talk to him like a child. Let's see. Do we hear how much time each side has used? I think probably at the end of day today, the judge might talk about it. He's talked about it at the end of previous days. I haven't heard the actual timers, though. I don't know what the time frame is, like who's winning as far as has the most time left over. It is his fault for the delays. He goes long. Yes, he cannot be brief ever. Mr. Owens struggles to be, anything but verbose. Carol says, Recover Addict, I don't understand. Did the defense have as much time as the prosecution, or did the prosecution eat into the defense time? When each one is standing, when Owens is standing, Owens is using Owens' time. And when Sykes or his team are standing, they're using the plaintiff's time. And so the clock switches back and forth depending on who's standing up and talking. And so it's the judge manages it and says, I try to keep it equal, so you each have the same amount of time. Here's the window we have that we can divide up. And so that's what they're doing. And the time that's available when court is going on, it's being counted to one side or the other. Okay, something's happening, it's counting against one side or the other. So we are going to end at a certain time.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Somebody's not going to be happy at the very end. Watch the speed talking occur at the very end. At the closing, you're going to have like a high school debate class speed talker situation where they just are trying to get all the words out, and let something get something on the record. Owens does not have brevity in his vocabulary. It looks like defense had used more time. I think that's my understanding of the situation. Why didn't the plaintiff rest on Friday as they had testified? They blame it on the defense with, a bunch of, dragging things out a little bit with objections and all the sidebars and everything. So they're saying, we tried, but you slowed us down. Is there a watch that shows their time? Caruso, I think that would be great if we had that on screen. I don't have that. I don't think the court provides that. Unfortunately, that would be an upgrade I would be willing to pay for if that option were available. Jade says, send a text to the burner phone and nothing happened. Jade, well, that's my fault. I have to check the burner phone for some things to happen. Let's see here. What was... let's see if you said your name on here, it'll be easier. Let's see. I'm looking. Let's see what the. I'm trying to go through all the texts I've got. I've got a ton of them. One of them just says hi. Was that yours? Did it just say hi? Let me know, Jade. I think I got all the texts. I don't show I have any unread ones. Let's see. I've got one that says, don't say my name, so I can't see your name there. That's not Jade. Yeah, Jade, I'm not sure. I'm not seeing a text that says Jade on it anywhere, and I'm not seeing any others. Let's see. What just happened? So is it clear yet who is at fault, says Gene Hopper? Not. Here's the thing. I believe, to me, the Gwyneth Paltrow's side seems more believable, even though in my head I know that Gwyneth Paltrow is an award-winning actress. She gets paid a lot of money because she can pretend to be someone she isn't and do so convincingly, right? So I've got this this situation in my head where I even knowing that she comes across as believable. I've tried to set that aside. I've tried to set aside Terry's comments, his daughter, everything, and just listening to the testimony from Deer Valley, who currently, as far as I can tell, doesn't really have a dog in this fight. Yes, I realize that Gwyneth Paltrow was a high-paying customer, but Gwyneth Paltrow was not getting any special breaks. She skis several different places. She was paying the going rate. If she had not hired those instructors, someone else would have those days. The Deer Valley is not begging for people to hire them. They are expensive, and she had the money and she was paying. If she wasn't, someone else would. Deer Valley's not like, oh, we can't afford to lose this client. So I don't see them as being on the hook to try to keep her happy to get her to come back. I think they're more that they have good service, they have a good product, and they have a great business model, and they think that is enough to get their clients to come back. And so I think they're just trying to lay it out there. They don't have a dog in the fight. They're not leaning on one side or the other. They're just, here are the facts. We're not getting sued. Our part of this was dismissed earlier. And so with that in mind, hearing the testimony from the different Deer Valley employees, I think it leans to say that Terry was at fault, that he was the uphill skier, that he was uphill coming down and crashed into Gwyneth Paltrow. No true eyewitnesses. Yeah, I'm having a hard time with the eyewitness testimony as well. Him saying he's 40 feet away, but the other witnesses who from Deer Valley are recounted their story and saying he didn't show up for 45 seconds after. If he's 40 feet away and watching, okay, if he's 40 feet away and watching, that means that he's uphill. Okay, because you can't really see what's happening behind you on the slope. It doesn't take 45 seconds to go 40 feet downhill on skis. It just doesn't add up to me. And then I think he thought he saw what he thought he saw, but I don't believe he was right. Loaded nachos for dinner tonight. Sounds delicious, Jenny. What time should we be over? Let me know. Terry and the family we've seen was not credible. That did count against them as well. The daughters... Man, both the daughters and their responses on cross, they were trying so hard to not say anything that would hurt their dad's case. That's how I felt as I'm listening to them. It's the second one especially. Who was that? Was that not Polly? It was Shay. Was it Shay, the second one? She would not say anything that would criticize her dad, even no matter what evidence she was presented with. Don't think it's fair the prosecution delayed their closing and took up some of the defense's time. That is an unethical strategy, in my opinion. If so, the judge is not fair. I believe it's more fair than we understand. I realize they said that they would be done when they thought they would be done, but the time that the defense has to present their witnesses also includes time that the plaintiff has to cross-examine. So there's plenty of time on both sides. It's just they're getting to the end of court, and this happens in all the trials. Don't forget to throw a reminder about tomorrow morning. Yes, tomorrow morning we're going to do a quick, a little after the morning roll call, which we're going to start at 9 a.m. As our normal time. Today was a one-off. We had a little bit of sleep in day. Hopefully you enjoyed the extra hour of sleep. But tomorrow we're going to start at 9. After our roll call, we're going to do a quick little refresher course on Discord. We found that about half of the people who have joined the Discord channel that has all the information about all the true crime cases that we're following have not figured out how to see any of the information on there. They've logged in and they can't see anything. And it's probably because they don't know what to do. We're going to walk you through over Zoom. We're going to demonstrate. We're going to pull it up on the screen, and hopefully you guys will be able to do the same thing on your end, and suddenly the world of Discord will open up to you. Harps will play, angels will sing, and you're going to see what's available on Discord. I think it'll be great. So we'll do that tomorrow as well. By her account, it wasn't a collision. It was like he just skied up behind her and pressed himself up against her, and then they fell. So I think by her account, it would make sense. Obviously, if he skied fast into her back, yes, she would probably be hurt. Yes, the recorded video will be available after the fact. After the live stream tomorrow, or at lunchtime, you'll be able to go back and rewatch it. And we should have I think we'll have a timestamp in there that we'll add to the description so that you can jump straight to it, and we'll probably have a link that you could jump straight to that part if you need to, without watching the rest of morning roll call and everything else. here we go. All right. How do I reach the burner so I can send you a reminder on the Manuel Martin case? Bay, are you in the United States? First of all, I believe you are. If you type !burner in chat, right here, it'll post this. This is the burner phone number. You can send a text message. You can also call and leave a voice message. I'm not taking phone calls right now, so if you call, it will ring and go to voicemail. You could leave it that way, and I try to keep up to date on those. But either way would work. Yeah, you can only show the burner phone number every minute, once a minute. It's just a setting I've got. I could probably turn that off, but I just don't want people to be able to spam the number on the screen over and over. That's why. Judge has an orange solo cup. Is that what it was? Not a red one? Oh, no. That is awful. Man.
Judge, while the jury is not here, may I mention an issue?
There we go.
Yeah, have them stop at the door. Go ahead, Mr. Owens.
So after this witness, there are 3 witnesses who haven't been able to testify, and so they're going to testify by deposition. Are they ready to go on Carrie Oaks? Because we withdrew that one, but we want to know, are they ready to go?
Be ready.
And,
yes.
And are you reading our parts too?
I don't know what your parts are. But
we handed them.
Yeah, we got them about 15 minutes ago.
Right. It's just a matter of reading them, though. I just need to know, because otherwise...
We wanted to play video of ours.
But, you know, if the court wants us to read them, we'll read them.
Your Honor, we can't... Dr. Fong's video, as you know, took quite a while. We don't have that time if they want to call Carrie Oaks and rest. So
our video is 15 minutes.
No, but it's we're entitled to our talking too. So can we do it on paper, Your Honor?
What was the last question? I didn't hear.
Can we just do it all on paper, the reading back and forth? We don't have time to review their video.
Mr. Sykes, are you fine with reading the deposition?
You know,
actually, Kristen Van Orman is talking with James right now about it.
Right, but we're talking about like we're going live here.
Right, and we've handed this to us, 15 minutes ago. We gave him our part a couple hours ago.
This is the spicy.
James is right here. I don't know who.
Well, did you talk to Kristen?
I did not, but as I understand, Kristen is amenable to reading it.
We're trying to get Dr. Bain. We'll go along with that if we can get Dr. Bain, but I'm not sure we can even get Dr. Bain except
get Kristen in here, would you?
2 o'clock for sure tomorrow afternoon.
All right. Well, let's finish with this witness, and in the meantime, maybe it'll sort itself out. If not, I'll have to make a decision.
I'm trying to contact Dr. Bain right now.
Okay. Let's have the jury come in.
This judge, it's like children. One at a time, take turns with the tetherball. You know, I shouldn't have to tell you this. How about you go down the swing while he's on the slide, and then you can switch. Dr. Evil will be back. Please, no more green screen. Dr. Boehm, B-O-E-H-M or something like that. Boehm is his name, and he was the green screen gentleman.
Mr. Sorensen?
Thank you. Dr. Edgley, thank you for being with us today, and you've overcome a great deal to be able to be so accomplished, and we appreciate that. I'm going to go through a few questions pretty quickly, and I'd just ask if you wouldn't mind answering them yes or no, because they should be yes or no questions, and I think we can move this process along. Is it true, or is it the case that you're paid $500 an hour for records review and $700 an hour to be here?
I believe you have that information, and that is correct. That there is an opportunity cost by my not being at my regular practice. I'm not here for money. I get paid to offset the opportunity cost by my not being at my regular clinical practice.
Gotcha. So that is yes, though those numbers are correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So he earns about $1.5 million
Is it true
a year,
that,
roughly.
and as defense counsel pointed out, you did not ever meet with or see Terry Sanderson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were paid to review records and do sort of a forensic records analysis, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We went over what you had reviewed in preparation to give and offer your opinions, and I didn't see that you ever reviewed the records of Dr. Boehm. Is that correct?
I don't think they were ever given to me.
Okay, so that is correct. You did not review them.
I don't think so.
Okay. What about the records of Dr. Wendell Gibby?
Yes.
You did review them, or
Yes.
you did not?
I did review the devastation of Dr. Gibby.
Okay. That was not on the list of things that you said you relied on for your opinion. Are you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Okay. So is it your position that you did rely on some of Dr. Gibby's records to formulate the opinions you've offered so far?
So I did rely on the opinions of Dr. Gibby, yes.
Okay. And I did also not see that you ever reviewed the deposition of Whitney Smith, the EMT that we've heard from in this case. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
Nor did I see that you reviewed the deposition of Carlene Davidson. Is that correct?
Who is she?
She's the plaintiff's former girlfriend that's offered testimony in this case.
So I did review her deposition.
Okay. And what about the man named Craig Ramone? Did you ever review his deposition?
Yes.
Okay. Neither of those last two were on the list of things that you say you rely on, so you were in fact partially relying on them for your opinions?
Yes.
Okay. I think we already covered it, but you did a forensic document review in this case. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And in a nutshell, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you offered 5 main opinions in your expert report that you provided to us. Is that correct?
Right.
And really, because of court rulings, we're going to focus on 2 of those. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. Your first opinion that defense counsel went through with you is that compelling evidence indicates that plaintiff's concussion was mild and that he lost consciousness only momentarily, if at all. Is that your opinion?
Yes.
So you do believe that there's a chance he did lose consciousness?
And there is a chance, but more likely than not, no loss of consciousness I have not seen any compelling evidence to formulate otherwise.
When you say compelling evidence, you're stepping into the place of the jury to weigh evidence, isn't that correct? Is that a yes or a no?
That's argumentative.
Sustained. When you weigh the number one opinion that you have that you've offered in this case, and you say that it wasn't compelling, is that because you weighed evidence?
I read, poured over many reports, many which were inconsistent, and I'm left to wonder, did he actually lose consciousness or not? I don't know. I would say more likely than not, the answer is no.
Okay. And for the reasons that you gave when defense attorneys were asking you questions, that's why you say that it was more likely than not that he did not lose consciousness.
Yes.
Okay, do you need to have a loss of consciousness in order to sustain a concussion?
No.
Okay. And is there dispute among your peers and those of your specialty into the actual definition of what unconscious means?
I don't think so.
So all of those that are in your specialty would say that a loss of consciousness involves, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but lifeless and limp is the way you put it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we've heard testimony before this that you can be unconscious or have a loss of consciousness but still be somewhat awake, just disoriented or not alert, that's not correct.
That's disorientation, not loss of consciousness.
Okay. Is it possible that the amnesia that you talked about with defense counsel is or could account for Terry Sanderson's inconsistent testimony about how long he may or may not have lost consciousness?
Yes.
Okay. So that is a very real possibility in this case.
Yeah, actually, you cannot comment on your own unconsciousness.
Gotcha. So then we would be forced to rely on the testimony of those that were there or those that reported what they had seen?
Yes.
Okay. We've heard some testimony earlier about a triggering event. Are you aware of things that could be considered a triggering event?
The concept, yes.
Okay. Is Alzheimer's disease caused by a triggering event typically?
No.
Okay. Is dementia caused by a triggering event?
No.
Okay. Is NPH caused by a triggering event?
No.
Okay. Can the presence of NPH exacerbate a concussion or the symptoms of it?
It can in theory, but only for a brief period of a time. Brief meaning weeks to months.
Okay.
Not certainly not 7 years.
Okay. And the jury's heard a lot of testimony about a condition called PCS, or post-concussive symptoms. Are you aware of that condition?
Yes.
So is it your testimony that the presence of NPH could not be a risk factor in possibly leading to PCS?
Let me back up. So, you should be aware, if you're not already, that the DSM-5, which is the list of psychiatric conditions, the fifth and most current edition says that if a concussion lasts more than 3 months, look for other causes, and I believe that they have totally eliminated PCS from their diagnostic manual.
So, and I don't want to misstate the answer you just gave me, but is it your opinion then that PCS and NPH are not related at all then?
You're asking me to state a categorical answer. Yes. No. I cannot say that there is no small, association.
Okay, so when Dr. Boehm, for instance, testifies that it's rare, but PCS can occur after the occurrence of a concussion, is that accurate testimony?
I would like to, so I have an issue with the term PCS because I don't think it's, so whereas it was a valid condition, it's not, at least in the psychiatric world, it's not recognized as a condition now.
Okay, so, and maybe I inartfully asked the question, but essentially, if I hear what you're asking, or what your response was, and again, I don't want to restate for you, but you're coming at this from a psychiatric perspective, where PCS might be more of a clinical or medical diagnosis. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Can anxiety and depression be risk factors for possibly having PCS?
Again, I take issue with the term PCS, post-concussion syndrome.
Okay, what about, and I think we're talking about the same things, but I believe I'm talking about post-concussion symptoms, and I don't know that they refer to it as syndrome anymore. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you want to talk about post-concussion symptoms, we can have a dialogue. Yes.
Okay. And maybe that's my fault for misstating it before. I'll ask you the same question then. Can NPH be a risk factor for post-concussive symptoms?
So NPH is a chronic degenerative disease that is likely exacerbated by a number of things. The immediate aftermath of concussion being one of them. But more likely, much more likely than not, the concussion symptoms would have long, years ago gone away, and what we're left with is a brain that has MPH, microvascular disease, history of stroke, and is 76.
Okay. And you said history of stroke. I want to make sure the jury's clear. Mr. Sanderson had a stroke-like event in his eye. Is that what you're referring to when you say stroke?
Let me be clear to the jury. So the American Stroke and Heart Association considers a retinal artery occlusion as a stroke event. Yes, not a stroke-like event, a stroke.
Okay, but there's no scans, and you've poured over many in this case, that show any sort of brain bleed or any issues besides the MPH and other issues that we've talked about that would be related to that stroke event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you read anywhere in the medical records that you poured over that he had any sort of NPH symptomology before the ski crash in 2016?
NPH symptoms are insidious at onset.
Okay, what are those? I think they're called the triad sometimes. What are the three main symptoms of NPH?
So this is a very layman's way of explaining it, but you have cognitive deficits, including memory loss. You have imbalance, and that can lead to falls. And you have urinary incontinence, loss of the function of holding urine in your bladder.
So just to recap, the triad is memory issues, ataxia, and then incontinence is typically how that's diagnosed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not see any of those symptoms in Mr. Sanderson before the ski crash in 2016?
Before 2009.
And what were those symptoms that you read?
Well, no, before 2009, that's correct. But yet it was commented on the MRI of 2009. And given that those symptoms are insidious in their onset, happening over years, maybe decades. 14 years later, I'm not at all surprised to find the plaintiff experiencing memory and loss of balance issues.
Okay. Did you review any of the MRIs taken of his brain in 2017 after the collision?
Yes.
And did those MRIs that you reviewed, did those show any sort of a worsening of this NPH?
They commented on it. I don't know if the scan showed worsening.
Okay, so you don't know one way or another if it worsened or not, but they did mention that that condition was present.
Yes, and that NPH is a clinical diagnosis verified by radiology findings.
But nobody had diagnosed his NPH before as having the triad that we talked about before. Correct?
I did not see any mention. Yes.
Okay. And you were asked a lot about the plaintiff's medical conditions. We had a board up here. We had a whole list here. Did you read anywhere in the depositions that you reviewed that any of the laundry list of medical issues that the plaintiff may or may not have had before the event kept him from being a world traveler or on the go or even skiing that day?
The fact that 3 weeks earlier, he said to his primary care physician, "I feel like I'm getting old." That is most likely based on, as you said it, that laundry list of conditions. They're taxing. They're no one condition is that problematic, but the complication of those various conditions do weigh on a person both physically and psychologically.
Sure. But then if that is the case, Doctor, how do you reviewed some of the daughter's depositions, as you said, how do you account for their accounts of what happened with their dad directly after the ski crash in 2016?
I'm not going to make the claim that there was not a transient decrease of function up to 3 months. But beyond 3 months at time, what decline he had was more likely than not already the ball was already rolling.
Okay.
I think they should be pretty much done with this witness here.
You testified earlier that you've been an expert in many cases that have gone into litigation. Do you remember when you testified of that?
Yes.
Have any of those cases been ski crash cases?
No.
Okay. So this is your first ski crash related expert testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what confabulation is?
Yes.
And what is that? Will you explain it for the jury, please?
Confabulation means making information up.
And it's not just lying per se, right? It's not just you're grabbing it out of thin air. There's a little bit more of a clinical definition for it. Isn't that correct?
I don't know where you're going with this.
Well, it's not just confabulation is an actual medical condition. It's not just creating lies, correct?
It can be related to a medical condition, yes.
Is it often seen in situations where people have had a brain injury?
Yes.
Okay. So inconsistent testimony by the plaintiff may be attributable to confabulation if his story is to be believed that he has a TBI.
Hang on. Do you guys see where he's going here?
To point that symptom, confabulation, to the brain, alleged brain injury, sure, it's possible, but plenty of other things could account for that symptom of confabulation.
Sure, but it is possible, as you just said, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
from
remind me to tell you about
2009
confabulation.
To the last scan that you saw, and I don't know when that was, probably the 2017 scan. Have you seen any of his symptoms, the symptomology that you reviewed earlier, getting progressively worse from an actual imaging standpoint?
No, but we're talking about clinical diagnoses backed up, only backed up by imaging. Yes.
Sure. But there's no physical, you can't point to any scans that say this is different than it was in those early scans in 2009.
Nor would I necessarily expect to.
You guys are
Do you know
smart
what
cookies.
the medical term discordant means?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't often use that.
Okay. And what does it mean?
Well, it means loosely that things don't make sense and don't add up.
Okay. You've been asked a lot about Mr. Sanderson's medical records and radiology reports that you reviewed. I'm going to show this first page of Plaintiff's Exhibit 6 to the jury.
Using the Elmo.
You see this radiology report right here?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in here for all of us, and I can move up to avoid the address on the bottom. Sorry about that.
It's not so.
You want a Sharpie?
Private information.
Do you read that that paragraph that starts with the word findings? Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, will you just read that first sentence for us right there?
Demonstration of a prominent ventricular system discordant with mild cerebral volume loss in sulcal prominence.
Now, you have the degrees and I don't. So, does that mean that the prominent ventricular system the issue with that ventricular system that you described earlier is discordant or not related to or different from the mild cerebral volume loss with sulcal prominence. Is that what that means?
So I don't suppose to get into the brain of the neuroradiologist, but that is a valid conclusion. So
that's my layman's approach of reading a medical record, and I recognize you have that, and I respect your position. But the medical records that you reviewed, discordant is usually used before describing this ventricular issue that you described earlier. Isn't that correct?
So the issue is discordant with the
I think
the diagnosis.
we're talking about two separate things: the enlarged ventricles, and as a separate issue, the mild cerebral volume loss.
Okay. And short of going well beyond both of our expertise and sounding more like an idiot that I'm sure I already do, I think we'll leave that one there.
Julie, this is Stephen Edgley. He's a brain surgeon. He's sustained
these
a
aging
stroke
conditions that you described
as well.
Is it also within the possibility of medical certainty that you've offered your opinions that Terry Sanderson's condition could be, in fact, related to post-concussive symptoms?
That is not what the medical literature shows, but so I would say much more likely than not.
It's possible, correct?
As far as anything is possible, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Let me just check with co-counsel, and I think that's everything I have for you.
The reason I like this witness is because he answers the same for both sides.
So if other witnesses reported massive changes directly after this ski crash in 2016, would you also attribute those massive immediate changes to the aging process?
Restate the question.
Sure. If other witnesses, ex-girlfriends and daughters, report massive changes in the plaintiff after the ski crash of 2016, would you also attribute their discussion of those massive changes to regular aging?
This is a complex question. He had distress over very real rib fractures. He had psychological and physical symptoms that do influence, a patient's global functioning. Rib fractures healed. Bumps and bruises heal. What we're left with long term. So I don't disagree with the fact that people around the plaintiffs said that there were big changes in his physical and psychological function immediately after the injury. But there was brain-related issues should have resolved within weeks to a few months. And what we're left with is a 69-year-old at the time brain with multiple problems.
Sure. But looking over the medical history that, like you did, you see that Terry Sanderson continued to try to seek treatment for something that was going on that he attributed to be fairly related to this accident, correct?
I would say that medical attention-seeking behavior started before, and evidence by his primary care physician visit the 3 weeks earlier, and that was likely a ball that was already rolling.
So he was interested in his health before the ski crash. You've testified to that, correct?
Yes.
So he would be very interested in anything that he viewed to be very acutely changed. Isn't that also correct?
Yes.
So it would be part of that pattern to continue going to the doctor a lot up until you think that you're going to get some sort of resolution of your symptoms. Isn't that correct?
I don't suppose to know what was going on in the plaintiff's mind.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. I appreciate it. Out from the back here.
One last question.
Last question. What do you perceive to be Terry's life expectancy going forward?
I have no information to base a opinion on that.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
TG. I'm also
Mr.
in Western North
Owens.
Carolina. Welcome. Thanks for the super chat. Oh my goodness, more charts. I was supposed to wrap it up.
You told me your opinions are on redirect or on direct, and then I want you to tell me if anything has changed as a result of cross-examination.
I don't like this tactic.
The compelling evidence is that plaintiff's concussion was mild and that he lost consciousness only momentarily, if at all. Is that still your opinion?
Yes.
Plaintiff's post-collision neuropsychological evaluation shows no evidence of impairment. Is that still your opinion?
It is.
None of the plaintiff's medical records support his claims that perceived symptoms of cognitive decline are related to the ski collision.
At this point, yes.
Another way of saying that is all current symptoms are explained by his pre-collision aging and degenerative diseases.
Overruled?
Much more likely than not, yes.
And you were asked about a new word. Confabulation, like lying. You were asked about that, right?
Yes.
Did you review the deposition of Jenny Sanders? Sanderson, the daughter?
Yes.
Did you observe she said that her dad would, in fact, be dishonest in order to get money?
Yes.
Objection.
Beyond the
That's
scope.
not an evidence.
No, that's not an evidence.
It is.
Any statements is not an evidence.
Yeah. Overruled.
And that he seeks attention, and the notoriety of this case makes him feel powerful. Did you read that?
I did.
And on our little break, you said it's outrageous. You said something was outrageous, that they would assert something. What? Do you remember what it was? His current conditions are related to the ski collision.
What's
Am I throwing you?
No, I'm picking my words very wisely.
Thank you.
The neuropsych evidence and the psychiatric evidence have long evidence to support that when a concussion like this alleged concussion lasts over months, there is a high concordance rate with the patient being involved in litigation and also media attention. Both
beyond the scope of his proffered testimony.
Overruled. Was asked how he explained the post-accident.
Both of which are hyper real in this case.
Hyper real means what?
Very well, real. Very real.
What is hyper real? I missed it.
So it's just a colloquial
term
for extremely, so extremely real.
Okay, so this
what
witness,
is again extremely real?
That was the mic drop.
The factors of this litigation and the factors of the media attention around his concussion case.
So what of those things is hyper real? What are they doing to him about his current symptomology?
Well, so
I'm trying to understand his response, Your Honor.
Overruled. It goes to the weight.
You got to dumb it down for me, please.
The fact that this is the first legal case that is ever televised in Utah makes it hyper real.
In what way to Mr. Sanderson? What is that doing to him, those facts?
Foundation, Your Honor.
I'm just trying to understand his comment.
Maybe you could go into a little bit more of the background behind this opinion?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the point you're making, and then what it's based on. So you're saying this very litigation and the media attention is impacting Mr. Sanderson. Is that your opinion?
Overruled as a preface to the question.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then how?
So the litigation, so a lot of money is in play here.
And how is that affecting Mr. Sanderson's symptoms?
Yeah.
Foundation, Your Honor.
Yeah.
He can't
Sustained.
So I'm being told to sit down. Have a nice day.
He got the point. He needs to stop asking.
Mr. Sorensen?
He was trying to dumb it down a little bit, and we already got it. As soon as we have a break here, I'm going to sort of explain the high points.
Doctor, is hyper-real a medical term?
No.
Okay, so that's has no basis in any sort of medical literature.
I would say extremely real, extremely relevant.
Okay, but again, you never conducted your own psychological evaluation of the plaintiff, correct?
No.
Okay. So that would be pure speculation about his motives or anything like that?
Based on a number of studies and meta-analysis of cases similar to this.
So case studies, but nothing directly attributable or applicable to Dr. Sanderson?
Case studies. So meta-analysis of actual things that are in the medical literature.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you.
All right. So what we have
ready
here.
for your next witness, or should we take our last break?
Your Honor, definitely let's take our last break.
Okay, we'll take a
We
short
got a break.
recess.
So I will say, let me start with the one thing I did not agree with this witness on. The one thing, and that has to do with being unconscious and being limp and, completely unaware of your surroundings. Yes, I agree with the unaware of your surroundings part. The limp part, has anyone ever watched boxing, Ultimate Fighting, something like that, and seen a fighter be knocked unconscious and remain completely fixed in a position as they fall?
Short recess, thank you.
Like rigor mortis is set in, but clearly not there. No control, completely
I can
out.
see that.
Together, we've come up with a plan for Carrie Oaks.
Good.
I guess I'm going to be Carrie Oaks.
Okay.
We just have to figure out who on our side is going to read the questions. Because there's only one additional question that was added by Wayne Owens, we're just going to have the same lawyer read all of the questions, and I'll respond as Carrie Oaks.
So Noreen could do it.
Well, that's what I had asked.
You good?
Questions? Or
Sure.
Bob will-
I think it's nice to have both. One member from each team.
You guys decided that. Noreen.
So I have the hard copy. Are there any objections?
I don't think there are on the mark.
Okay, I'll follow along if you'll
Yeah.
key me in on where you're at.
Yeah, there's some objection calls for speculation. But I think we're good with that.
They're talking about reading
Okay,
evidence.
Thank you.
Reading depositions, I
We're
believe.
taking a short break before you begin.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Please quit saying Your Honor.
Yes.
one other thing on Dr. Richard Bain on rebuttal. We don't know this yet, but we would like to propose that to Dr. Bain, and if it's okay with the court, that we have him testify at 9 or even 8:30, 8:45 Thursday morning for a very short rebuttal.
Can we deal with this at 5?
Let's do it at 5. Thank you.
Well, it's hard for us to propose it if it's not approved. And
You mean he's waiting for the word from you?
Well,
that's part of it, Your Honor. He's trying
this week is his wedding. He had an emergency medical procedure.
Is his wedding?
His daughter's
wedding.
Oh, okay.
His daughter's wedding.
It's like he's 100 years old.
Emergency medical procedure. We notified the opposing counsel about 3 or 4 months ago that he couldn't do his attend trial. And so,
well, I'm not sure when your rebuttal case is, but if that's when your rebuttal case is, that's fine. We can come a little early on Thursday. If that's not when you
deal with this at 5.
Yeah, we can do it.
Not in the zone.
Getting back to Kerry Oaks, the witness.
Not in the zone.
How are you going to allocate the time between the parties?
Based on the time of the questions that they asked.
Well,
so apparently there's one question for the defense and the rest of it's for the plaintiff. So however that works out to be.
Ours was about 15 minutes long. They proposed, I think, like a half an hour, 45 minutes of additional questions.
So we didn't call her. We didn't.
You had designated her as a witness, and we only wanted 15 minutes. If you want to just let us do our 15 minutes, then
why don't we do this, counsel?
Noreen has a comment in response to that.
Very quick. Yeah, so this is not going to take us 45 minutes to read the portions designated.
So let's go ahead and change questioners depending on which side has asked for that question, and then I'll be able to keep track of the time.
Oh, we didn't do that. We just marked jointly the time. It's literally, Your Honor, I would say their time is probably 5 minutes of the 15
total. Are you fine with 5 minutes? Okay. Then 5 minutes of the time will go to the defense and the rest will go to the plaintiffs.
Okay. Can we now get our break?
I wasn't involved in theirs.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's what happens when you have a committee or a group of lawyers together. Nothing can get done. Very British says, who's eating chips? I don't know who ate them, but they were crinkling the bag next to a microphone, and that was a little candy wrapper ASMR, I think is what Shelley says. Okay, so getting back to Stephen Edgley, I realized a lot of people had a hard time following because of the pace of his wording. That's as a result of him recovering from his stroke. The guy is literally at the top of his game in one of the, a world-renowned medical facility at the University of Utah, doing brain surgery stuff that is just off the charts. Incredible. Okay, he's like the top of the top, the peak. The fact that he himself has experienced this and has worked through it and is still the top of his game, the guy's mind is sharp. His style was very methodical in choosing his words, and I think sometimes he didn't get his answer in because they changed the question every time, while he was preparing for the answer he wanted to give. So he missed getting some things in. I think he was a little frustrated a couple times with the lawyers not allowing him to answer that way. Anyway, confabulation. Confabulation is basically saying that Terry was making things up, and they used that word. And he said, the interesting part on cross was when they said, "Isn't confabulation a symptom of the injury?" So they're basically saying he got injured and he's telling the truth about all these injuries and it's a symptom, or he's lying about it and him lying about it is a symptom. So that means they win either way. So that was a big win to get him to say that could be some of it. So that was a great point, I think, on Terry's side that his lawyers drew out of the witness. The other thing, the mic drop moment at the end. Trying to think back how this happened. The questioning that goes to basically they got around an objection that was previous in the trial, where he was trying to say that we normally only see symptoms in post concussive. I forget what the term was. Post concussive symptoms beyond 3 months in situations where someone is suing someone else. Okay. Or there's a lot of money involved, and that got overturned. And now they got around this other way. They built the foundation and came in through the back door, and you could see that the plaintiffs' lawyers were objecting everywhere they could, but they could not stop it. The judge allowed it. Overruled. As a matter of fact, I forgot. It was so involved. I forgot to count the objections. So hopefully someone else did. But he got it in. He basically said these symptoms only occur the medical, the paperwork, all the studies show that these things only occur, they only present themselves in situations where the injured party is suing for money. And then, the symptoms continue. They continue for long. And he got it in, and Owens, even though his answer was very clear, Owens is trying to like dumb it down. I'm like, no. It was perfect. We heard it. It was good. And eventually they just told him to sit down because he already had the win and he wouldn't stop talking. And he was actually diminishing from the win that he got. Yes, I do believe several of you have said that he was one of the best witnesses. And I realize his speaking style was a challenge for a lot of people. I've said that already. That is a symptom that he's overcome, and that honestly he's got my respect. The fact that he can get up there and do that, and something that's very difficult, that comes so easy to some of us, and he's doing it at such a high level is unbelievable. So he's got my admiration there, but his style in answering questions to both the prosecution, or excuse me, the plaintiff and the defendant's lawyers was so level, was so accurate, was so precise in his wording. There was like, I think Ivan said, this guy doesn't have a lie in his body type thing. He just comes across as telling the truth at all times. So I do agree. That was a phenomenal witness. I was surprised initially. I didn't think it was going to go that way. There were, some of you mentioned that they might have presented this expert witness with who has a similar condition to what the plaintiff is describing he has, as just subtly just to say, here's somebody with one, and the plaintiff doesn't. I think that's a low blow. I didn't really get the feel that they were doing that. I really think that he was really the good witness that they wanted. So that was awesome. Owens was just trying to rub it in. He was, and he already had the win. He should just sit down and stop. Yes, we did. We're past 9,900. We are less than 100 subscribers away from hitting 10,000. As a matter of fact, we're right. Whoops, that doesn't help. Let's see. We're right here. That's where we are. We're 97 away from hitting 10,000. I appreciate all those who have subscribed. If you come here and you like what you see, and you like the group and the community and how, generally we try to be kind to each other. We try not to attack, and we learn from each other and all that. If you like that, I would appreciate you clicking on the subscribe button. The benefit of being able to click on the subscribe button is you get to share your opinions in chat. We only put that is the low bar. That's the only thing that keeps you from chatting, is clicking that like button. So thank you very much for all those who have done that, or it looks like we've got a few more that are doing it right now. If confabulation, we should remember that that TS does not intend to be deceitful, says Ra. So he makes up the stories not because he's trying to lie, but because it is a symptom of the injury that he's received. It's a win either way for the plaintiff's side. Give us a break, RA. After we saw how intelligent he was, we understood. Yeah, it took me a while to understand what was going on. I was slow on that one. I apologize. Teresa Blake, I'm 4 days in the group and I love it. Thanks. Awesome, Teresa. Glad to have you here. I'm puzzled when I'll subscribe more than once. Once is enough. Once is enough. That's all. 10K party soon. That would be awesome. Dr. Edgley is I need to get his chat off the screen here. Let's see. Unpin the message. Dr. Edgley is a physical medicine and rehabilitation physician, not a surgeon or a neurologist. Okay, so I thought he was a brain surgeon. He studies the brain. Top of his game, though. A fellow. He's up there in a. I'm familiar with the University of Utah Hospital. Let me just say, I know that they are incredible. This is not a small town position at all. My only regret is I have but one subscription to give for Recovery Addict. Adam, thank you for the misquoting of a historical figure. Love it. Expect more subscribers from Ireland. Likeable chat. Wonderful, Paul. Glad you could join us. Appreciate that.
Let's wait for the other side.
Awesome, Golden Mare. Thank you so much. Janet, you found the pickles? I just finished, well, almost finished. I've got like 2 more. I'm saving them.
Would you like me to go get them,
for a
Your
desperate
Honor?
moment.
Yes.
Or is okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I haven't quite finished my last jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles. He sees so many patients, 15 a day. Yeah, and the money side, the best answer I've ever heard, you guys commented on it, the best answer I've ever heard about how much you're getting paid. He's like, I'm only being compensated to replace the income I've lost by taking time away from my practice, my daily practice. So that was pretty neat. A lot of chatter in the courtroom. Sozi, let's see. You chatted. Send something to the burner phone. I apologize. I've been glued to the screen.
Are we on the record?
Yes, we are.
Okay, we're back on the record. Counsel are present and parties are present. Mr. Owens?
Yes, thanks. So we're thinking this Carrie Oaks is going to go about a half hour, and then we're trying to figure out how to best use that other half hour.
Sure.
One option is, well, here's the question. How strictly, we now have essentially 1 full day of evidence left. How strictly are you keeping us to like 4 hours each left?
Strict.
Strict.
So when you run out of time, you're done.
We cut the mic.
Okay, so...
and I'm trying to be mindful of the jury.
So depending how much time is left, then we'll call Terry Sanders back to the stage, back to the
stage
pulpit.
We talking tomorrow?
No,
Witness stand.
if we have time before
tonight.
5.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay, yesterday,
Ready for the jury.
I thought I'd...
We assume that you'll explain to the jury what we're doing.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to go ahead and take your seat?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Do you swear me in?
That you'll read? No, I think not. The lawyers will point out any errors in your reading.
It's better than swearing at you.
What page are we starting on?
So,
We are starting.
the funny thing.
Okay.
Sozi, you talking about the Moab Jackson Hole question?
Okay.
Is that the one?
Right. Thank you.
Let's show the countdown. Let me put it in
And who's doing the
small screen.
questioning, Ms. Abarama? Okay.
Does that work? Yes, we've got the stage, the pulpit. We're going to have acting. This is a big play that we're going to be watching right now, with very poor actors and very poor, highly paid actors, I might say. They're joking about the voices and who's going to be who.
Don't make objections.
Okay. I will try to do this as soon as I've got a minute. Sozi, is it Sozi or Susie? I don't. I think it's Sozi.
Thank you. You may be wondering why Ms. Van Orman is seated as a witness. We are now going to read a deposition, old school style. So the witness name is Terry Oaks.
Carrie. K-E-R-I.
Thank you for that correction. It's listed 2 ways in here. Carrie Oaks, and the person that will be reading Carrie Oaks' part is Ms. Kristen Van Orman, and the questioner will be Ms. Abarama. You may proceed, starting on page 6.
The ski instructor.
Judge, would you like me to state the page number and the line number?
I think if you, right now, just
start.
Whenever you skip areas, tell me where you're going.
Okay.
And probably just the page. Don't need to do the lines.
Will do. All right, starting on page 6. Good morning, Miss Oaks. Could you spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Keri, and Oaks is Oaks.
And do you know about what year you started working at Deer Valley?
It's page 12, Your Honor. 1990. Actually, that was about that area, give or take a couple of years.
Page 16. Okay, when we talk about the incident or the ski collision or the ski crash or similar words, let's just agree right now that we're talking about the incident that occurred on February 26, 2016, involving Gwyneth Paltrow and my client, Terry Sanderson. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, now I would like to go through some of the parties to this case. Do you know my client, Terry Sanderson?
Not beyond seeing him on the hill that day.
Okay, have you had any other contact with him prior to that or subsequent?
Where I spoke with him or no?
Okay, what about Gwyneth Paltrow? How long have you, or before this incident, do you know Gwyneth Paltrow?
That may have been the first time that I skied with her family. I don't recall exactly how many days I skied with them.
Page 18. Okay, 1 or 2 ski trips you've skied with Gwyneth Paltrow, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, if you could speak up.
Correct.
Okay, what about Brad Falchuk? Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Did you ski with him on the ski trip that involved this ski crash?
In what capacity?
I mean, did you meet him?
Yes, we met him.
Okay, and I understand you were teaching primarily one of the children with some of the children. Is that correct?
Not his children.
Okay, whose children were you teaching?
Gwyneth's.
And who are they?
Apple is specifically who I was with.
Okay, and were all of the ski trips with Brad Falchuk and Miss Paltrow's children, they were all on the trips with Gwyneth Paltrow, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ski with Brad Falchuk or the children on the trips where Miss Paltrow was not there, correct?
Correct.
Did you know who Greg Ramon is?
No.
Do you know who Eric Christensen is?
Yes.
How do you know Eric?
Through Deer Valley. We work together.
How long have you known Eric?
Since, I don't know the exact amount of years, but most of the time that I've been an employee here, I've known him.
Page 31. What did you discuss on the day of the collision with Eric Christensen?
In particular? What in particular?
Anything about the collision with Miss Paltrow and my client, Terry Sanderson?
A relief that everybody was safe.
And who was everybody?
Everybody, meaning both people who collided.
Miss Paltrow and Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Page 53. So just before the ski collision, please describe what was happening. Had you all met at the top of Flagstaff Mountain, for example?
Yes, we got off the chairlift, decided that we were going to go down to lunch, and...
Can I interrupt? When you say we got off the chairlift, who is we again? Just so we're clear.
The we would have been Gwyneth, Apple, and I were on the chairlift. I believe that Eric was with Moses. Then we met up with Brad, and I cannot remember exactly where his kids and their instructors were. They may have been down already having the table for lunch, so we decided to go ski down Bandana to the Empire Lodge for lunch. Then as we started skiing down Bandana, it was not crowded at all. There was really nobody on the run. And Moses and Apple wanted their mom to watch them, wanted to do the side of the run, and she could see them ski. So we stopped to cross the run. The run was clear. There was nobody in front. It stands out in my mind because that's a rarity. Bandana was empty where we were, and so we had just crossed the run. And as I looked before we crossed the run uphill, there was really no one in sight, except farther up by a slow sign from where we were. And we crossed, made 2 turns, and then I heard the sound and looked over, and that's when I saw that they had collided, and we were both on the snow.
What was the sound you heard?
Just I heard her voice, and that's what caught my attention.
So I want to just go back over this slowly.
No, just go to 56.
Could you go back?
Oh, sorry.
Go back starting on 1 and read it again.
You inserted a word inadvertently.
I apologize. Then I heard the sound and looked over, and that's when saw that they had collided and were both on the snow. Go ahead and just read the rest of the page, that's fine.
And what was the sound you heard?
Just I heard her voice, and that's what caught my attention.
So I just want to just go back over this slowly. You started skiing down Bandana without Apple and Moses, correct?
I'm sorry, which page?
Still on 55.
Okay.
You want to ask that one more time?
Sure. So I want to just go back over this slowly. You started skiing down Bandana without Apple and Moses, correct?
And Gwyneth and Eric, correct.
And you said you crossed the run. Was that near the top of the run?
Near the top of the run.
When you say you crossed the run, does that mean you went skiers left?
Yes, we were on skiers right, and then we had slowed down, or actually, I believe we might have even stopped enough that we were in a group. And then I looked uphill before we crossed, just to make sure it was safe, and then the kids and Eric and I crossed the run.
To the left?
To the left, to skiers left.
And were Eric and you above Apple and Moses when you did this?
He was behind. He was above hill, and I was more to the side and a little above hill.
And then what happened after you started crossing to the left?
We crossed to the left and started skiing down the side, and then we heard, after, as I said, 2, maybe 3 times, heard the sound of, it was more Gwyneth sounded surprised. It was like a surprise sound, and, we looked over, and they were both on the ground.
When you started to cross to the left, did Miss Paltrow then go straight down to the right? Is that what she did?
She stayed on the right, but she did not go straight.
Were you able to see her while you were watching Apple and Moses?
Yes, I was able to see her.
How was she skiing?
She skis small, radius turns, consistent speed. At this point in time, it was slow because she wanted to be able to see the kids. They were not skiing fast because the kids are not fast.
Was she then going to stop and look up, or was she going to look to the left? Do you know?
She was not going to stop because we were skiing.
Okay. Is it your understanding Miss Paltrow was going to look to the left while she was skiing to her children skiing?
No, I cannot say what she was going to do. They were in her sight, and the goal was to ski down to the lodge for lunch.
When did the topic of Miss Paltrow watching her children come up?
Watching her children ski.
Excuse me. When did the topic of Miss Paltrow watching her children ski come up?
It was, Mommy, watch me, and we want to go ski this, and so we took them to the side. It wasn't a detailed plan on how she was going to watch. It was just a plan to ski down to the lodge.
Okay, and when Eric, Moses, Apple, and you started skiing to the left, was Miss Paltrow skiing on the right?
Correct. She was skiing on the right.
Page 68. Was Miss Paltrow agitated?
When she was first getting up, because she was very surprised and shocked, because that was her comment, was that he hit her.
What was her comment?
Her comment was that she was hit and was frustrated, but then as she got up and she checked on him. He checked on her. Everybody was quite calm. Nobody was agitated or yelling.
When did she ski off, Miss Paltrow?
I don't recall exactly. I believe she was there for most of the time, and yeah, she was there for most of the time. I think that when it was verbalized that everybody was okay, Mr. Sanderson verbalized to us that he was okay, he was fine, and that was his response to her checking. We checked. Ski Patrol checked. And so then at that point in time, that's when we said, okay, let's start. We can start dispersing because everyone expressed and we were acting as if they were just fine. It was just a collision, no harm, no foul.
And earlier you mentioned that Mr. Sanderson got up. Do you recall anyone helping him get up?
We were there, both Eric and I were there to help him. I don't recall that he He didn't need us to lift him off the snow. I don't recall needing to give much assistance, but we were there for both parties to help them both and make sure they were both okay to our abilities and then assess him. From then, we would assess if there was the need for ski patrol to be called, but they happened to ski by and check themselves.
Page 71. And why didn't you write an incident report that day?
Because nobody, to our knowledge, nobody was hurt. Everybody left the scene on their own volition and everybody was able to leave. And it was, again, like just any other incident where people, got tangled up and everybody was okay and everybody left. And so.
Page 82. Did Gwyneth Paltrow say she didn't see Terry Sanderson before the collision?
She did not use that. I mean, he wasn't in front of her, so he was not in front of her, but she didn't use that phrase. She said, he hit me.
You're assuming she was in front of him, correct?
I saw that there was nobody in front of her when we were skiing, and so that's not an assumption. There was nobody on the hill with us in our immediate vicinity.
Page 106. Miss Oakes, just before the collision, Gwyneth Paltrow's children, Moses and Apple, wanted her to watch them skiing, correct?
Yes, we were skiing together down the final run down to lunch.
Miss Paltrow was skiing down to the right, looking up at her children to see them skiing, correct?
She was skiing down on the right side. Her children were in her periphery.
Can you orient me one more time to what page we're on?
Sure, now we're on page 107. Starting on line 14.
We're flying through this. Page 107 already.
So she was looking over at the kids to see them ski.
I can't say exactly where she was looking. They were in her periphery. She could see them while looking ahead to ski.
So Miss Paltrow was distracted, looking at her children while she was skiing just before the collision.
I would not say, I can't say that she was distracted.
Was Miss Paltrow looking at her kids while she was skiing down Bandana Run?
When I saw her, she was looking ahead at the run in front of her.
Was she also looking at her children skiing?
I did not see her looking at her children.
Ooh, that's important.
So Miss Paltrow was distracted when the collision occurred, looking at her children, correct?
She's not looking at her children when I saw her. She was looking ahead, skiing down.
So she wasn't watching her children. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I didn't. They were in her periphery. I don't know what she was looking at directly. I don't know that she was looking at them directly. She was looking ahead where she was skiing when I saw her.
At the moment of the collision, though, you had not seen her for 3 to 5 seconds, correct?
Probably 3 to 5 seconds.
So you don't know where she was looking, other than she was supposed to be looking at her children, right?
I don't know exactly where that she was looking directly at them. I do know that when parents ski with their kids, it doesn't mean their eyes are glued on their kids. They can glance at them. They can see them in their periphery. And as long as the kids know the parents are there and they're in their visual, that's what the kids want. I don't know exactly what she was doing. The children were satisfied.
Moses and Apple wanted their mother, Gwyneth Paltrow, to watch them ski down Bandana, correct?
That's what they had said. Watch us ski this, Mom. Okay, that was the conversation.
Page 111. Okay, and then maybe you already answered this, but in that, when you last saw Miss Paltrow, the 3 to 5 seconds before the scream, did you observe whether there was anyone below her on the ski hill?
I observed that the area in the front of her was empty.
I think that's it.
Okay.
111.
And that's it?
Okay. Thank you.
That was done for time purposes. Sorry.
Can I be excused, Your Honor?
You may.
So you have a plaintiff attorney pretending to be a witness giving testimony that's against the plaintiff.
Mr. Owens, you may call your next witness.
It was interesting.
Could we have a quick bench conference here?
Yes.
Okay, so quick bench conference. That's another one. That's number 4 for the day. Yeah, they were trying to say she was either a bad mother or she was a bad skier, and one of the two was the fact. You could tell which questions were asked by plaintiff counsel and which ones were asked by defense counsel. So they were, but they had agreed, both parties agreed that they were going to read that just like they did in, let me bring it back to full screen. Read it just like they did with the people playing the roles as they did. And they were okay with that. That took 15 minutes off the plaintiff side and 5 minutes off the defense side. But I don't have the timers on what's left. Yes, the kids wanted their mom to watch in case anyone was confused. We heard that a few times. There was a couple, a question that was asked and answered, I think 4 times on there. Michelle, we're awfully close. It's awesome to see how close we are. I might be able to put it on the screen. Let's see. Yeah, let's see what I can do. Well, I'd have to do a little work. I can get it on the screen. I don't want to have like boxes. Let's do this. If we were to do this one here, that's backwards. Now I have to switch the windows around. Swap boxes 1 and 2. There we go. Okay, give me a second. I'll get that's the wrong one. Need box 1. We'll bring it over here in the corner and bring it down. Take the size down. Move the crop. I've got like a million settings to make this happen here. Bottom left. There we go. We'll make this work. Thanks for your patience, guys. It's going to sit right over here in the corner where it's not going to bother anybody. Although I want it to be big enough. I don't know how much space it will take when it says 10,000. So I want to have a little bit of room for the 1. Okay. We recover a countdown. Figure it out. We've got it. It's set up. I won't mess with it anymore. CJ, it's nearly midnight. Thanks for hanging in there. How's everyone? How's it going besides the terrible acting? As Matthew Harris was pointing out, Matthew, one of our legal experts, attorneys in chat, said this is how it works. When there's a deposition, and in this case, I think they had a video, but they agreed that based on time, because it sounds like that witness might have had a lot of pauses, but based on time, which they're all crunched for, that they were going to read back and forth and get everything in that way. So based on that, they were going to read everything. That's how they do it. These are lawyers reading reading things into the record. Can we get our party soundbite for a 10K celebration, please? I'll turn it on at the 10K. If we hit 10K, I'll turn it on. How about that? Does that work? But I don't want pre-10K cheering to go on. That would be highly inappropriate, considering courts in session and everything. We had a real big day today. We heard a verdict read, played some Pictionary and doodling games, cruiser stolen and pursued in live time. Great testimony and court reenactments. On to 10K. Yes, sadly, the driver in that high-speed chase we watched apparently did not survive. When he exited the vehicle at 70 miles an hour, that was the last time he'll be doing that. Was not aware, obviously, when that happened, that was the outcome. But just probably not a good idea to steal police cruisers and then jump out of them while you're speeding. Can you play the party soundbite just so we know what it sounds like? I can do that. Hold on 1 second. I need to switch screens to right here. Party is over here. I think it's in my... Did I delete it? Tell me I didn't delete it. That would be bad. Oh, no, there it is. It's... Here's the thing. If I have to turn it on to make it work. There it is. I turned it on and turned it off very quickly so nobody else was able to trigger it. But... That's the party sound. It's the party horn, a little blower. Okay, did I miss the ice cream trial verdict? Cass, you did. That happened first thing this morning. I'm sorry. What happened was he was found guilty on all charges, and he was not very happy about it. as soon as the verdict came in, he turned and was basically glaring over at the jury, being like, "What? What do you mean?" type thing, and made a lot of direct eye contact with the jury throughout the reading of the sentence, throughout the polling of the jury members. But it was pretty much every single charge was guilty with all the modifier charges, with a firearm type things. Let's see. Can we have Mel Brooks make a movie version of this trial if he's still kicking? Why is there such a time crunch for this trial? Becky Lou, this is a civil trial. The outcome of this, no one's going to jail. Basically, what's happening? Whoever loses this trial has to pay the other person. So we don't have the state on one side and the defendant on the other. We have a plaintiff and a defendant. And this trial, they blocked out a chunk of time and they said, here's how much time we're going to allocate to this trial. We're going to divide it between the two of you. And the judge is going to not just referee, but keep score of the time. And you each have the same amount of time. And so if you waste all your time over here with one witness, you might not have enough time for closing and this other witness type thing. And so that's what we're doing. And the end is coming. The end is near, as the sign says, right? The end is near. And the judge is not going to allow that to be pushed just because, hey, we didn't get done. Can we stretch it out? No, he said, I told you you'd be done at, I believe it's noon Eastern time or right around there on Thursday. So we have, a day and a half or about a day and a half left. So it says, at that time, I'm going to be like, all right, thanks, you're done. Jury, go deliberate. So the attorneys now are trying to figure out how they can get everything done they want in that period. And there's a lot, because of their own stalling, because of these bench conferences and things like that, the time is going. And so they're in a world of hurt time-wise. Jim, thank you for clicking the subscribe button. Appreciate you being here.
Okay. The parties have stipulated a fact, and it looks like it will save us some time. Mr. Brad Falchuk, who may or may not testify later, depending on how much time there is left in the case, the parties have stipulated that he would testify were he to be called as a witness, that he did not see the accident. Is that correct from the plaintiffs?
Yes.
From the defense?
So we have a witness who didn't see anything.
Did the court correctly?
I believe so.
Then don't talk about it.
May or may not be called if there is time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so we'll now move to the defendants have a deposition to read.
Yes, we're going to try to get to the two kids' depositions. First,
Are we reading the entire deposition or marked parts?
no, the marked version, Moses.
So as they figure this out,
we're calling Peter as a fake Moses to the stand.
Okay.
We've got a fake Moses.
So Peter will read Moses.
Have a marked copy?
All those who had fake Moses on your bingo card. Let's see. Girl in Texas says, what streaming software do you use? I use hardware, streaming hardware. So I have an A10 Mini Extreme ISO 8-channel HDMI switcher or 8-port switcher that is my encoder. But I also have things like StreamYard, and I can do OBS. I have software as well, but I use hardware. And while they're talking, I can show you briefly what it is. I'll keep the audio going. But let's see, right here. This is my switcher.
I'd like the lawyers to each read their side of the questioning so that we can capture the minutes.
It runs all my video. It makes all this happen.
Get my copies back that I gave to them.
What if we, because we don't have two marked copies because we're doing this on the fly, what if we have, we'll read out Moses, all the marked part. And
this is like a movie read-through. We've got the script, and we all sit around, we read our parts poorly.
Let's do this.
Sassy had bingo on the fake Moses. Good call. Oh, Man Bun is Moses?
That's right. They're not.
I think Man Bun is Moses.
Actually, we're going to share a copy.
You know what? You better keep it.
I think they both need to sit in the witness chair at the same time, the broken witness chair.
Okay, this is kind of weird, but I'm the questioner and you're Moses. Correct.
Congratulations,
Do you recall
Martha.
how old
Thank
you are at the time
for sharing that.
You need to start. Tell us what pages, though, please.
Thank you. Page 7.
Just make sure that's what you're starting. Yes. Page 7.
Line 22. Do you recall how old you were at the time?
9.
Okay, I'm turning the page.
You need to clarify that for me.
There goes Moses. He's out of here. Moses has left the building.
We're going to back up because there's some gray. Could you just spell your name for the record?
Protected identity.
Okay, so we all stipulate this is Moses Martin.
Yes.
I'm on page 7. As you know, we're talking about this ski collision that occurred about 4.5 years ago. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And I'm going to pick up where I was. Do you recall how old you were at the time?
9.
Okay, and you recall this ski trip in February of 2016, correct?
Yes.
About 4.5 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you recall skiing that morning that your mother was involved in the ski collision, correct?
Yes.
I'm now turning the page to page 9 at the bottom. Okay. When this ski collision occurred, do you recall where you were at the moment the ski collision occurred?
I do not recall where I was at the moment it occurred.
Did you see the ski collision?
I did not see the actual collision.
Okay, so let's just start maybe at the beginning of the run. You got off a chairlift, correct?
Yes.
And the run is called Bandana. Are you familiar with the Bandana run?
Yes.
Okay, at the time of the collision, did you, or just before the collision occurred, you were skiing from the top, is that correct?
Yes.
And who were you skiing with?
From what I recall, my instructor, Eric. Page 11.
Page 11, line 22. And you were skiing with Eric as your ski instructor just before the collision, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall who else was skiing with you at that time?
No.
Was your sister, AM, meaning Apple, nearby?
Yes.
Do you know where she was in relation to you on the hill?
No.
Could she have been below you?
Yes.
You don't recall seeing your sister?
Not exactly, no.
Tell us what happened on the Bandana run just before the collision. What do you recall?
I recall skiing with my instructor and briefly seeing the collision. And then he skied over and I followed him. And I saw my mother and a person behind her that he had crashed. Who had crashed?
Okay, did you hear a noise before the collision?
No.
And the person behind her, was that a man?
Yes.
Moving to the top of page 13, was this person uphill from your mother?
Yes.
How close were they, your mother and this other man?
As I recall, decently close.
Let's just say, this close, see my hands, they're about a foot, about 14 inches apart, or were they further apart?
I think something like that, but I'm not 100% sure.
Were they touching each other?
I do not remember.
Was her head above her skis, so her head was uphill and her skis were downhill?
Yes.
And the man that was nearby her, where his head where was his head in relation to hers or to his body? Was his head uphill or downhill?
Uphill.
So I'm just going to go back a little bit. So when did you first realize your mom was involved in a collision? How did you realize that?
I realized the equipment that she was wearing because I know that she wears what she wears when she skis. And then I realized that it was my mom. So I was standing around. I realized that it was my mother.
And did you hear a noise that told you there was something going on, a commotion or anything?
When I skied over, I heard my mom yelling at the guy.
What was she saying?
She was saying something along the lines of, What the F word? You just ran into me.
And anything else that you recall at that moment?
No.
Was she standing up when she said that?
I do not fully remember, but I believe she was on the ground lying down.
Okay, did she get up by herself?
I do not remember.
I'm just going to go back in slow motion to, let's say, 3 seconds before this collision occurred. You were skiing with Eric. If you're facing downward, skier's left is on the left side and skier's right is on the right side. Do you know which side you were on the hill just before this collision occurred?
I was on the left side.
Do you know how far on the left you were?
No.
Do you think that...
But farish.
Okay. Were you closer to the left edge of the ski hill?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall anyone else on the hill at that moment?
I do not remember.
Were there other skiers on the hill?
Yes.
About how many?
I'm not sure.
And so, what made you ski over to your mother? Did someone tell you?
I was following my instructor, but I did not know what was going on.
So you followed your instructor over to where your mother and this other man were lying down, correct?
Yes.
That scene, your mother and this man laying down, what else do you recall?
I recall skiing over, seeing a few people around them. I remember my instructor seeing what was happening. And then I remember my mom on the ground downhill of the man that was uphill from her. And I recall that they were both on the ground at the time that I skied over.
About how far away do you think they were?
I do not recall. About a foot, maybe.
I'm asking how far apart your mother and the man were when you skied over there.
I'd say a foot, maybe more.
Were they touching?
I do not remember.
And do you remember your mother getting up?
Yes, but not for a while.
Okay, how long was a while? 5 or 10 seconds?
I'd say 2 minutes, maybe.
And how did she get up?
I do not remember.
Did she get up by herself?
I do not remember.
Did someone help her?
I do not remember.
Do you recall a large man next to the ski collision location?
I do not remember.
You said there were some other people there. What do you remember?
I remember seeing a few people, not a lot, but maybe 3 people, not including my instructor.
So there was your mother, the man that was involved in the collision, and then there was your instructor. Were there any other people?
I believe so.
How many other people do you think?
I do not recall.
Was there 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 maybe?
I do not recall.
And then what did you do after you skied down to your mother?
I stood there wondering what was going on, and then I believe that afterwards we went to eat lunch.
I remember it. And who is we?
As I remember, it was being me and my instructor, and I'm not sure whether my mother came down afterwards or with us.
So you skied down with your instructor to the bottom?
Yes.
Of the hill?
To lunch.
So you skied down the hill with your instructor, Eric Christensen?
Yes.
Anyone else ski down with you?
I do not remember.
Just before the collision, your sister was somewhere in the area skiing with you?
I believe so.
Anyone else in the area?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Apple's ski instructor?
No.
Do you recall her being present, the ski instructor for Apple?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Apple's ski instructor's name being Carrie Oakes? Carrie?
I believe so.
So was anything said when you came down to the collision site where your mother and this man were?
My mother said to the guy, "What the F word? You just ran into me."
And then anything else that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Were people talking?
I believe so.
Was the man talking?
I do not remember.
When I say the man, I mean the man that was involved on the ground or the snow next to your mother. I think it should be on the snow next to your mother, correct?
What do you...
When I say the man next to your mother, the person that was involved in the ski collision.
Yes.
So that's...
I do not remember if he was talking or not.
Okay, do you remember if your ski instructor, Eric Christensen, was talking?
I do. I don't have a closer memory on that, no.
Did anyone besides your mother say that they had seen the collision?
I do not remember. I do not remember.
Do you remember talking about the ski collision at the bottom of the hill?
Vaguely.
What do you recall?
My mother saying that she got hit or ran into.
You said you went to lunch afterwards, correct?
Yes.
Did you discuss the ski collision at lunch?
I believe so.
What do you recall?
Not much.
Who was at lunch with you after the ski collision?
Oh, the only people that I remember are my sister, my instructor, and my mother.
Since the day of the collision, have you talked about the ski collision with anyone? Anyone else you've talked to about the ski collision?
I don't remember.
Do you think you might have talked about it with some other people?
I don't remember.
I'm now on page 25. When you skied down to the collision site before you left, did you notice any ski patrol or medical people come by?
I do not recall.
Do you recall any other people in green uniforms at the collision site besides your ski instructor?
I do not remember.
Before the ski collision, do you recall saying something to the effect of, "Hey, watch me ski"?
No.
Have you ever said something like that?
No.
After the collision, this is bottom of page 26, after the collision, when you were watching your mom and this man on the ground, did Eric appear angry at all?
Not at all.
Was he yelling, raising his voice, shouting, anything along those lines?
No, not at all.
Why are you so sure? It seems like your memory's a little faded in some areas, which is okay and understandable, but I want to know why you're so sure about this.
Because I remember him addressing the situation very calmly.
How so? What stands out to you?
He tried to find out what was going on and try and see how he could help everyone. He tried to help everybody get out of the situation safely, and yes.
Do you remember anything specifically he said?
Not specifically.
They only have one script to read
I think
from.
plaintiff's counsel, Lawrence, asked you some questions about, they were sort of vague about what have you seen? Said, "Hey, watch me ski." Maybe a better way to put this question. Have you ever told your mom, "Hey, Mom, watch this," before you decide to do something on your skis if you'd like her to watch you ski?
I do not recall saying things along the lines of that.
Did Eric help your mother stand up?
I do not remember.
Do you remember Eric helping up the man that was involved in the collision?
I do not remember.
Do you remember skiing down with Eric after you left the ski site?
I don't know if it was exactly Eric, but I did ski down alone. I did not ski down alone.
Okay, how close were you to Eric as you skied down towards your mother when you realized there was some commotion or incident?
Close. I skied closely to him.
And then you stopped near your mother?
Yes.
And then how long after you stopped did you ski down? Was it like a minute or two?
I do not exactly remember. My best guess would be somewhere along the lines of 2 or 3 minutes.
So you were standing there about 2 or 3 minutes, you think?
I think so.
That completes the questioning, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may call
Okay,
your next
I wouldn't hire
witness.
either of them. Plaintiff, please, get him back up.
Do you want to play Apple and you...
Oh, no, it's
going to read another
Act
deposition
3.
of Apple.
It's Act 3, I forgot.
Is that okay with you guys if they
That's
just
fine.
do it?
Yeah. Just let us know the pages, because remember, I don't have a fully marked copy.
Now the kids are going to play. Can we just play the music or something? Is that gonna? Would that be all right on this one? They're waiting for their intro. Here comes the musical cue.
Can you just spell your name for the record, please? Oh, sorry. Page 11. line 13.
Protected identity.
And your last name?
Protected identity.
Okay, you understand that this is a lawsuit involving a ski collision at Deer Valley on February 26, 2016. Are you aware?
Yes.
Microphone more toward the center of the two of you. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, page 12, line 3. Okay, and do you recall this event back in February 26, 2016?
Yes.
Okay, how old were you back in 2016? Were you
11. No, 12.
about 11 or 12?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, what was your skiing ability at the time?
Intermediate. Beginner.
Okay.
Somewhere in between.
About how many times have you skied approximately before this date in February of 2016?
4 times.
Page 15, line 10. Okay, and do you remember your ski instructors on that trip?
Yes, we had Carrie, Preston, and then my brother's instructor, who I can't remember the name of, and one more female instructor that I also cannot remember the name of.
Page 16, line 7. Okay, that morning, do you remember skiing with which instructor?
Carrie.
Okay, and your brother was skiing with another male instructor, I think you said, correct?
Yes.
I'll just represent to you that his name is probably Eric Christensen. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
17, first line. Okay, so do you recall that the morning of February 26, 2016, when you were skiing with Eric and Moses and
Yes.
Carrie, where had you been skiing that morning before the incident with my client?
We were on the mountain at the hotel and that we were at. It was a ski in, ski out type of thing. We were mainly on the greens and blues.
Do you know about how many runs you had skied before the incident?
5 or 6, I'd say.
And were you skiing with Carrie that whole time?
Yes.
Was your mother skiing with you at the same time?
Yes.
Did your mother ever ski different runs when you were skiing with Carrie?
I don't remember.
Okay, your brother Moses, about what level is he as a skier?
Beginner.
Okay, now I'd like to go to the bottom before the ski collision that's subject of this case, okay?
Okay.
So, you were at the top of the ski hill, and I believe the run is Bandana. Do you recall the name of the run?
Yes, it was Bandana.
And why do you know it was named Bandana?
It was our favorite run.
Page 19. And you remembered the ski run because it's your favorite run, correct?
It was, yes.
And it was also the run you go down to the hotel you were staying at?
Yes.
Okay, next I'm going to ask you what you recall happening on that run, but before, do you recall this ski collision?
I did not see it, but I recall the events following it.
Okay, well, what was going on during the time just before the ski collision?
We were on our way to lunch at the lodge.
And who were you with?
I was with my instructor, my brother, my stepfather, my mother, my step-siblings, and their instructors. But we were all a bit scattered on the run, so some of us were in front, others were trailing behind a bit more.
And who was with your group?
I was ahead with my instructor, my stepsister, and her instructor.
Was Brad Falchuk with you?
No.
Sorry, that's page 20. So, just to clarify, at the time of the collision, there was you, Carrie Oakes, your ski instructor. There was IF, and then there was IF's instructor, who we don't know whose name yet. And then there was also your brother's instructor, Eric Christensen. And then there was your brother, Moses, correct?
Yes, but I was not with Moses and Eric. They were a little up the run. I was closer to the lodge at the time. 21. About how far away were you from your brother Moses, as you recall, just before the collision? I would say I don't really know how to say it. I was further down the run. They were in the middle of the run. I was towards the end with my stepsister. I was not with Moses or my mother.
And did you know when the collision occurred?
Not the exact time, no.
Did you hear something before the collision?
I don't remember.
Did you hear a scream?
I did hear some commotion, but I was further down, so I decided to continue to go down to the lodge.
Okay, so when you heard the commotion, is that what you think is the collision?
Yes.
And when you heard that commotion, did you look anywhere?
I don't remember.
Did you see your mother after you heard the commotion?
Again, I don't remember.
So I'd like to know just the couple seconds before the collision and then the couple of seconds after the collision. So only about 5 seconds of time. So you heard something, a commotion, right?
Yes.
And then did you see anything?
I don't recall if I had seen anything or not. I think that I did, but I don't remember.
Okay. And when you heard that commotion, you're with Carrie Oakes, your ski instructor, right?
Yes.
And where was she in relation to you? Was she above you or below you?
I believe she would have been in front of me. That is usually how we skied. She would lead me.
We're on 23 now. Okay, so the 5 seconds around the commotion that you believe was the collision, you were with Carrie Oakes and IF, and then the 3 seconds afterwards, what did you do at that point?
We continued to ski down to lunch.
And did you know at that time that there was a ski collision?
No.
When did you first learn that there was a ski collision?
When my mom had arrived at lunch after we had gotten there, about 5 minutes after.
And how did you learn about the ski collision?
My mom told me. She told us what happened.
What did she say?
She said she came in and I noticed that she looked a bit shocked, and I asked what had happened, and she said, "This a-hole ran into me. He ran right into my back." And I remember she did this motion saying that he ran into her back. And they both went down. But I remembered that's what she said.
24. So let's go back to the moment of the collision or the commotion. You heard the commotion. You didn't see the collision, but you continued to ski down.
Yes.
Did Carrie Oakes ski with you?
I believe so, yes.
And she skied with you down to the bottom?
Down to where we were eating, yes.
Okay, and when I say the bottom, I mean the bottom of Bandana Run, which is where the lodges and
yes,
eating places are. Is that clear?
Yes.
And so right after the commotion, Carrie Oakes, IF, and you skied down to the bottom of the Bandana Run, correct?
Yes.
And who is at the bottom of the run when you got there?
I don't remember. I just know that we were meeting everybody to eat.
Okay. I'm sorry to keep going back to the commotion. Did you see anyone else on the ski run at the time of the commotion?
Well, there were other people skiing, but again, I didn't really pay attention to what had happened. I just heard some sort of screaming going on above me, but I continued to ski down, and I don't remember if I turned around or not.
Okay. Did you recognize the screaming? Whose voice was it?
It sounded like a woman, but we were so far down, I couldn't really put anything to it. It wasn't very clear.
Okay. How soon after you got to the bottom did your mother arrive?
I would say 5 to 10 minutes.
So you were waiting for her at the bottom?
Yes.
And what about Brad Falchuk? Was he with your mother when he arrived at the bottom?
I believe so.
Did he arrive sooner than she did?
I don't remember.
Well, I'd like to go back to the commotion and just let you continue and tell us, to the best of your memory, what happened. So you heard the commotion, and then what happened?
And then we continued to ski down, and we got to where we were eating lunch. We started to take off our gear and then sat down. And then shortly after, my mother, Brad Falchuk, my brother, I can't remember if my stepbrother was there or not, but everybody else followed in after I had arrived.
And who is everybody else?
To the best of my ability, I'm pretty sure it would have been my mother, my little brother Moses, Brad Falchuk. I would say 1 or 2 more instructors, and my stepbrother, BF.
Okay, do you recall which ski instructors were there?
Again, I remember Carrie, my instructor, Preston, who skied with BF and IF, Eric, and I believe that there was one more female instructor, but I can't fully recall.
Okay. Do you recall anyone else besides the people you've mentioned at the site of the commotion?
No.
We're on 27. So when you're at having lunch, was the ski collision discussed at lunch?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that discussion?
My mom was explaining what had happened, saying that a man ran into her back and they both went down. And she was in a state of shock. And she decided after that she was not going to ski for the rest of the day, which she never does. She always stays on. But she decided to get off because she was in shock and she was in a bit of pain.
Did Carrie Oakes say anything?
I believe there was a conversation between them. I don't recall what it was about, but it was probably about my mom getting off the mountain.
Okay. Do you recall anything else?
I recall getting back onto the mountain for a couple more runs, and then I got off the mountain, and I think that my mom was getting a massage.
Okay. When you got back on the mountain after lunch, who were you skiing with?
I was skiing with Carrie.
Anyone else?
I don't remember. Maybe my stepsister?
Do you recall skiing with Moses?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you concerned about your mother at the time?
Yes.
What was your concern?
Well, I never see her really shaken up like that, and she was very clearly visibly upset, and she had some sort of pain. I can't remember what, but she was in a little bit of pain, and I remember that's why she went to the spa to get a massage.
Did you discuss the ski collision with anyone after you left lunch?
I think that my step-siblings and my brother and we talked about it because my brother was closer to the collision, and he had also said that he skied into her back, and they both went down together.
This is Moses. Can you tell us more specifically what Moses said?
Well, Moses was kind of telling us what had happened. I don't know if he for sure saw it, but I know that he was with people that saw it, and so they had told him what had happened and that it was what he said.
He said that my mom got hit in the back. Oh, what did he say again?
He said that my mom got hit in the back and their leg, they both went down together after somebody had skied into her back.
We are on 30. Okay, when you finished skiing, did you discuss the ski collision?
Yes.
With whom?
I believe we talked about it at dinner and after. I was checking in with my mom to make sure that she was okay.
And what did you discuss?
I asked her how she was doing, how she was feeling. She said she was in pain. Again, I don't remember where exactly, but she did say that she was in pain. She had gotten a massage, I believe. So this was around dinner time, and we had just kind of gone over what had happened.
Did she say anything about my client, Terry Sanderson?
She had earlier in the day, not immediately after, but after 5 minutes after we all met at lunch. She said that he had skied into her back, and she called him an a-hole who had skied into her back.
Anything else you can recall?
I remember she was very frantic about it, so she probably said something along the lines of that, but that would be all that I remember to the best of my ability.
31. Okay, when you discussed it with your mother and you said she was frantic, what do you mean by that?
She was in a state of shock. She was very upset, and she was in pain.
Since that collision, have you seen your mother in that state of shock like that since that?
No, not like that.
So you discussed the ski collision that night at dinner, and do you recall you were staying at a hotel suite or something?
Yes, we were in a hotel.
The next day, do you recall what you did?
I believe we skied in the morning. I can't remember if we had left that day or not. The next day, I don't really remember much.
33. And do you recall how many ski instructors were with you at the time of the collision when you started skiing again?
I believe either 3 or 4.
And one was Carrie?
Yes.
And one was Eric Christensen?
Yes.
Was another one Preston?
Yes.
Was there anyone else that you recall?
I believe that there was one more person, but I can't be too sure about that.
Okay. Did anyone tell you they had seen the collision?
I don't think so, no.
Other than your mother?
No.
35. Okay, earlier I think that you said Moses and said other people had definitely seen the collision. Do you recall saying something like that?
I don't think that I said that.
What do you recall Moses saying?
I remember him sort of telling what happened. I don't know if he saw it or not, saw the actual collision, but I know that he saw my mom on the floor.
I believe I said that he saw my... Let's see. Oh, that's you.
I believe I said that he saw my mom on the floor, but I don't think that he saw the actual collision.
Okay, so after the commotion or collision, you skied down to the bottom of Bandana Run, correct?
Yes, but again, I personally didn't see the collision.
Okay, but you heard this commotion?
Yes.
Did someone say to you, ski down to the bottom of the hill after the commotion?
No, we did not think anything of it. We continued to ski down. I don't even know if we stopped.
The we includes Carrie Oaks?
Yes.
Did anyone ask you to wait by the side of the hill after the commotion?
No, I don't remember that I don't know.
That you recall? Do you recall seeing anyone going to help your mother after the commotion?
I, again, did not see the aftermath. I had continued to ski down, but I believe that people did help her.
And what makes you believe that?
Because I assume that she would have needed help up, and she was close to her boyfriend, Brad, who is now her husband, at the time, and both my brother's ski instructors and I believe BF's ski instructor. So I'm assuming that they would have helped her.
But Carrie Oaks stayed with you down to the bottom of stayed with you down the bottom of the hill?
Yes.
What about Eric Christensen? Do you recall what he was doing after the...
I believe that he was with my brother, who was near my mom. So he was near the collision.
Okay, and do you recall which side of the hill you were on? Let's talk about skiers left and right. That means that if you were skiing downhill, the left would be the skier facing downhill to their left, and the same on the right. Do you know which side of the hill you were on ski?
I don't remember.
Okay, do you think you might have been in the middle of the hill, or the side, or near the edge of the run, bandana?
I don't remember.
39. Can you be sure exactly that Carrie Oaks didn't stop and help your mom after the collision, or do you remember that at all?
I don't remember. I think that we were further down because I know that we got to lunch first, so I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Do you recall before the commotion on Bandana Run saying something to the effect of, "Hey, watch us ski down the hill"?
No.
Do you recall if Moses said something like that?
No.
Do you recall if any of your other people in your group, like IF or BF, say something like that?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just going to show you something here real quick. Do you recognize the person on the left there?
That's Carrie.
That's Carrie Oaks?
Yes.
42. So Carrie Oaks was recently deposed, Apple, and she actually has specific memories of being on the scene of the collision. Would you defer to her testimony of specific memories rather than sort of your vague memory that she has with you?
Yes, I could have easily been with another instructor. I believe IF had an instructor.
Lawrence, I think we have a picture of Eric Kenhe, which has a picture of him on the cover of it. He looks a little older than he did.
Oh, isn't he the one? Oh my God, I remember him so well. He was the best. Oh my God, he was the best. He would give us candies and he would tell us, yes, that's Eric.
Would you say he was under 50 years old?
I don't remember. I never really skied with him, so I never really saw his face. That's the end of it, Judge.
All right.
Yeah.
Your Honor, both Moses and Apple were ready, willing, and able to testify in person on Monday morning.
Objection. Why don't we address that after I excuse the jury? Okay. I'm going to excuse you now until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I will recess. Please do not discuss this case with anyone, including other jurors. Please do not attempt to learn anything about the case outside of the courtroom, including from other jurors. Please avoid radio, TV, internet, and newspaper reports on this case. Please keep an open mind throughout the presentation of the evidence. And finally, please do not form or express an opinion on the case until such time as it is finally submitted to you for deliberations. Have a good evening.
All right, as the jury's leaving, just want to give a big shout out and thanks to Diana Carruthers, gifted 5 memberships here at the end of the day as we're wrapping up. Thank you so much, Diana. Congratulations to those who received the memberships. Please make sure you take your seats. Candy is the smoking gun. Apparently, food is the driving factor for these 2 kids. As
Okay,
Gwyneth
Mr.
believes
Owens,
as
what was
well.
it that you wanted to put on the record?
I would always prefer live testimony to reading transcripts, but the kids were not available. And mostly I just want to put that on the record. I was expecting to take over the case on Monday morning, given multiple assurances that I could do so, and I was not able to do so.
The multiple assurances were, if we're done, and we intended to be done. It sounds like some kind of a...
This is the sound effect for Mr.
statement
Owens
that we
today.
didn't do something we're supposed to do. And they took almost as much time cross-examining more on some of these witnesses, and that's why we didn't finish. In my humble opinion.
You could have called them live. You still can call them live. But I understand that you wanted to put that on the record, so thank you.
Unavailable.
All right. So we're going to take a short recess, maybe 5 minutes, and come back and work on jury instructions. Is that right?
Do you guys want to be here for jury instructions? Or should we wrap it up? It's been a long day.
We'll be right back, and hopefully we'll wrap it up by the end by half past the hour.
I don't know if we're going to get to 10,000 tonight. We've got 900 people in here, 908 people currently. If there are 54 people who have not subscribed that want to do it now, we'll hit it tonight.
Once all the jurors are assembled, we can
Otherwise, it
start.
might be tomorrow. Unless we have a police chase. If we have another police chase tonight, maybe that would be an option. But I need food. I'm all right. I'm getting by. I'm not lacking. I'm not wasting away. Call the Wambulance. Yes. Let's see. Okay, so they're going to start working on the jury instructions, which are coming soon. Jury instructions. So they both ended the case. No, they're girl in Texas. Great question. They're working on the jury instructions, meaning they're trying to get an agreement on when the time is right, what will be read to the jury. They're not quite done. I think the plaintiff has rested their portion of the case now, but we're waiting for the defendant to finish their side. Their defendant wants to call some witnesses that the plaintiff didn't call, and that's why we're getting the remainder here. We are expecting, hopefully tomorrow, to have the plaintiff back on the stand, because we sort of only got half of his cross. So we'll have him back on the stand for cross part 2, which should be fun, because now they sort of have an idea of about how he's going to respond. They've got some other testimony that they can hit him with from some other witnesses. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that part. Let's see. See you all tomorrow. See you, French Fry. Thanks for being here. Yes, that poor fellow is going to be back on the stand. Terry's going to be back on the stand. I walked away. Are we wrapping this case or not? Who said that? 1 second. That was, we're not, unfortunately. Maybe Judge Schroeder can spread the word for subscribers. We could have a few other judges from across the country join. That would be nice. We're underrepresented as far as judges go on the channel. You can show an old police chase I sent you. I try to do them live, Debbie. I prefer live. Anytime it's live, it's happening. There's a sense of realism that, and also, like today, we see things that are crazy. I never would have shown that, what we saw today, had I known that the driver was making his big exit as a result. We'll hit 10K on Hump Day. That's going to be fun. That is tomorrow. Hump Day's coming. It's been a fun day, everybody. If there are any other questions that I haven't answered, ask them now, because we're about to wrap up. Diane, unfortunately, that the rumor is that he did not pull through after exiting the vehicle at 70 miles an hour. Okay. Bet Judge Manning's on here. We have Judge Manning recorded on here. I was actually listening to Judge Manning this morning as we were getting ready to go live. I like following some of her cases. She has a fun courtroom. All right, so can we have one more? Can we end at 99.50? Is that all right? Yeah, seriously. We can get 50 tomorrow. We can do that. We can get 50, but I'm not sure if we can get 51. Oh man, who was it? Who just clicked the button? All right, live is better. Yes, we had a police chase without you, Debbie. I'm sorry, we had one. 10K with Terry on the stand. Recovered a consent of a mug. Terry will be excited to be a star. That would be awesome. Who's responsible? They still haven't decided. The jury's going to decide at the end. Oh, sorry. I've got the sounds turned off. They're back on now. No party sound today. I'm not going to let you do it unless we hit the 10K, which we're not quite there. We're 51 away. Have a good evening. We'll be back 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to be back 9 a.m. instead of 10. We were 10 this morning. We'll have a later start tomorrow. Let's see. I think we're good. I've answered all the questions. I don't see anything else. We are going to wrap up. You guys, I realize it's a late day, so
Talking about stuff that is not relevant.
yes, I am. Matthew Harris Law has content out there as well. Great stuff about suing your ex and hiring lawyers and getting more money. Wonderful videos out there. Please go give it a listen. He does this thing on his channel with some legal Q&A. I guess it's a quiz. I still haven't finished the quiz. I've got it pulled up on my screen. I'll have to do this in the live stream. Sozi, I owe you a response to your message from yesterday. I'm sorry about that. I'll get to that right after the live stream as well. Mods, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. I make you do incredible work with very little guidance, and you do such a great job. Thank you, all of you. Watch all of the hummingbird hatching eggs right now on YouTube. Oh my goodness, that sounds amazing. I might have to go there. Everyone, you're going to have to wait because I'll watch that. But I can't restream that, obviously. But Did You Believe Me as Terry. I thought I read the script well. 80s Music Band, you did a great job. Fantastic. Appreciate you being here as well. My daughter was number 50. Congratulations. Oh, then 2 left, Samantha. So, new legal quiz every morning on Matthew Harris's page. So do take a look at that. May hit 10K offline. No. We won't do that tonight. I'll keep it. I won't let anyone join. So, we'll do it live. All right, guys. Thanks so much. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's going to be fantastic. Be there, be square. I think that's what the saying says. We'll see you guys. Have a good one. Oops, and then I hit the wrong button. So let's try that again. Hot mic. There it is. See ya.